principle, what would you do? You'd rather save 4 lives and 1, right? You will still choose that 1 life, right? You choose that 1 life so that you don't kill those 4 people, right? Okay. So now, in a situation in which you are a medical doctor now, and as a medical doctor, you have a patient who is very healthy. He just came for medical checkup. And then you have 4 people that are needing organ transplants. And he has all those organs. He has all of them. All of the organs are functioning. And those 4 people is a matter of life and death. Isn't it? So, would you say now that you will kill that 1 person so that you can have all those organs that will be transplanted to those 4 people that need those 4 different organs? You will not do that, right? Exactly. So we start, usually when we are having our dialogues, we start with this kind of conversation to show you that there are times that you will be faced with context and situations that will warrant you to change your principles or the options you have, depending on how the situation is. So sometimes principles may not actually be sacred. If we had not gone through this scenario, you will always say 4 lives is better than 1 life. But if we go through this scenario, you will see that that is not the case. There are times that even if you had the option of taking 1 life to save 4 lives, you will not do it. Isn't it? And that is what dialogue is about. I think I remember just after the NSAS, I think in February, we were in Lagos. That was our first dialogue. We brought the military, we brought the police, and we brought some civil society activists to have a conversation. And when we had that conversation with them, what we said was that this is a place in which we are only going to exchange ideas. And the conversation was in Lagos. And at the time, most of the civil society activists that we brought were those that were at the forefront of NSAS. And imagine you have the military and you have the police in one room. It was an interesting, conversation. But fortunately, what happened at that time was that most of the civil society activists there really wanted to engage the military and police beyond that room. But we had one very big learning. We understood that the power dynamics in that room was too much. You had the present police public relations officer who, he's now the he was in Lagos, but now he's in Abuja, and you had someone that was representing the top person in the military. And then you have the civil society organization people arguing with those guys. So there are times that this kind of dialogues can really be counterproductive if you are not careful how you design it. And immediately after that, we got media reports that were not too complimentary, and then we had to review, our engagement. And this is something that we designed, and we felt that for us, it was very important to have that kind of engagement because we thought this was going to bring some kind of dialogue and where you can have some kind of conversations, but that did not happen. So sometimes there are dialogues that are not necessarily important in some kind of spaces, especially if you are not careful with the kind of actors that you choose. So yes, while civic engagement requires some level of dialogue, it is also important to know that the actors you choose when you're having that dialogue also matters, especially when it comes to what we are talking about. So we have defined civic space. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Can somebody read this out for us? Maybe you're on your table. There's someone on your table, Max. Do you want to try? Me? Okay.
The environment or platform where people can freely express their opinions, participate in decision making, and engage in activities that contribute to their community and society. It is a space where individuals have the right to voice their ideas, join together with others to address issues that they care about, and hold those in power accountable.
That's generally what civic space is about. It's more about inclusivity. But, you know, in the past year, Nigeria has experienced a lot of civic space threat. Can you give me some examples of civic space threats that Nigeria has experienced in the past year? Issues that go against what civic space stands for. Issues that go against this definition. Are there examples? Yes, ma'am.
The banner.
Sorry? Banning of Twitter. Yes. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Law. Laws, right? Okay, which kind of law? Do you have any example?
Yeah, the civil society regulatory law by the House of Rep some times ago.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Nena.
Okay, banning media houses from airing news and information about banditry in the country.
Sorry, planting trees?
No, banning media houses from
Okay.
airing news and
Very
information concerning banditry in the country.
Okay. Finding of media houses. Nena wanted to say something.
Stopping CSO's activities in Adamawa State during the last election.
Fantastic. Yes. Yes, Florence.
In Rivers State, we had several cases of the governor preventing opposition parties from actually campaigning in some parts of Port Harcourt. We felt that was an infringement on civic space, specifically on the freedom of assembly. Thank you.
Yeah, so this dimension that you brought is actually very important. It's a law, executive order, right? Yeah. So that could be arbitrary. Sometimes application of executive orders can be arbitrary because the process is not being followed. And sometimes there are laws that can be misinterpreted to also, you know, restrict freedom of expression as well. Is there anyone that wants to contribute to this? Next slide, please. Yes, go ahead. Here, Maxwell.
Victimization of journalists, arresting them unlawfully.
Yeah, victimization of journalists. So I mean, this is what we have here. And most of you have already mentioned this. You see, John talked about NSAS. NSAS was very, very, very popular. But was that a CSO action or a citizen action? Sorry? It was a citizen action, right? And there was something he said that, you know, undermined NSAS. What was that? What undermined NSAS? Yes, ma'am. It was hijacked by thugs. And why do you think that hijack happened?
Well, based on what people were saying, they said it was government sponsored.
It was government sponsored.
To ensure that their aim is not achieved at the end of the day.
Okay, someone is raising their hands there.
It didn't have a central coordination to coordinate the activities of the
Sorry,
protest.
they didn't have...
It didn't have a central coordination.
Yes. That coordination was not there. That organizing was not there, isn't it? So at the end of the day, did it fall flat? Or some of the objectives were not achieved? Is that correct? But I'm just going to share an experience that we had just last week in Lagos. It was an engagement that started in November in Calabar, and we realized that there is actually an advertising regulation act that came out, which was promoted by the Advertising Regulation Council of Nigeria. And the clauses were examined, and it appeared that some of the clauses, you know, were potentially going to restrict not even private organizations in terms of advertising, but also civil society organizations, because the definition of the advertising in the act also mentioned advocacy. And this is what a lot of civil society organizations are doing. Then we said, okay, let us now bring private sector organizations, let us bring online businesses, and also civil society organizations. And if possible, let us also get the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria officials to come sit down and let's have a discussion around this act. And we came. We invited them. We invited the head of research and development of the council, 2 senior officials. They came. They made a presentation, brilliant presentation. They had reasons why they really wanted to pass that act. So when we started having the conversation, some of the civil society organizations said, can you now share with us the advertising code so that we will know when we err and we will know when we have broken that code? And you know what the officials said? They said they have to come and first of all apply to the office to get that code. Said, why? Can't you just upload that code online so that we can access it? They said no, that they are afraid that that kind of code is going to be fabricated by other people. That is going to be fabricated. It will be doctored. And anybody can now download the code and then interpret it the way they want and edit it. So, when we went further, they said, as far as they are concerned, they are not going to talk to us any longer. They are just going to now have to hand us over to the legal department. And the legal department will be the one that will answer those questions. Said, okay, that's fine. They said they were going to leave because they came early. They said they came around 9 o'clock and they don't want to answer any more questions. They are not even going to dialogue again. Anyway, we got around it and we had lunch together. So during lunch, I was saying, but what brought about this advertising regulation, this ACON Act? What brought about it? And the woman said they used to be practitioners, but they lobbied to get the act passed. And more importantly, they realized that practitioners abuse, their advertising powers. For example, if you're an organization, what you will do is you go and meet an advertising practitioner, and that practitioner will help you design your advertisements. So sometimes they design those advertisements without any code, and that was why they developed that code. So what I understood from our conversation was that there was already a misapplication of that act. It was meant for practitioners and those that have been trained, but now it has extended to non-practitioners like civil society organizations who are advocating for good causes. And she said one of the most important things for them is that they would make sure that those 500,000 naira fine everybody pays. So I said, at the bottom of this, that means there's also revenue generation. Said, no, that's not the case. What we are just saying is that if you break the law, you are going to be fined for that. Because, there are other issues like, culturally insensitive issues that have been defined in the law. But it was very vague. Because what will be culturally sensitive in the north is different from what will be culturally sensitive in the south. And they have not really catered for that. So the learning here is that while we are having this engagement with these people, we also need to understand that some of these people that are custodians of these laws have not thought through it, number one, do not even have the capacity to be able to interpret it or even dialogue organizations. Because if they had dialoguing skills and if their capacity was built in a way that they can be able to engage civil society organizations properly, they might not have ended that meeting there and then. Fortunately, we got them to commit to having their director and the legal team to discuss some clauses within that within that ACON Act. And I would advise us, as civil society organizations, let us familiarize ourselves with that act. Because our fears was that even if we review it, there won't be threats that we'll identify within that act. But unfortunately, there are a lot of threats. There are even threats around, what advocacy is. Because they said that advocacy is when you are promoting a cause, whether it is a good cause or a bad cause. And they give us, for example, they give us an example with the pig milk advertisement during Easter. Are you aware of that? Yeah, they find them. And there's also, this advertisement that has been going on online with, these aphrodisiacs and so on. And also they had to ban some of them. And they are saying that some civil society organizations actually engage in those kind of things. And we asked, what is your definition of civil society? Do you know what civil society is? So, and it also goes back to a research that Scale did in collaboration with Triple NGO in 2021, in which we realized that there are close to 54 regulations that are targeting civil society organizations. 54. So what that means is that if government really wants to catch you as a guilty person for contravening any of this regulation, they will. Because I don't think all of us in this room are aware of these 54 laws and regulations. Are we? Perhaps your organization might have only complied with maybe, let's say, like 4. And maybe I can list that 4. CAC registration, audited account, FIRS, and what? SCUMUL. Sorry? PENCOM? Pension, yeah, okay, 5. Outside this, is there any other one? Sorry? NSITF. Okay. Let's go. NHS. NHF. Okay. Insurance. So you see, so these are the ones that but this is just 9. But we have what? How many? 54. And that's a whole lot. In fact, when we're discussing the CAMA, you are even requested to file your annual returns not every quarter, twice a year. But if you are an NGO that is struggling to even pay one staff, are you going to start hiring a consultant and pay the consultant twice to be able to now reconcile your accounts? So these are some of the threats to civic space that are actually very subtle, but they affect your operations. Then another one is citizens themselves. This is very interesting because this is something that has been raging for a long time. But let us discuss. When we say citizens themselves are also a threat to civic space, what do we mean? Are there any examples that you can share? Yes, Florence.
I think a clear example is cyberbullying. We see this increasingly on Twitter, and I believe Facebook, but especially on Twitter. During the elections, we saw if people had views contrary to those who supported certain particular political groups, either they would cancel you or there would be a smear campaign, especially if you were an influencer. So I believe to a degree that was a threat to civic space because you had people who didn't feel comfortable enough to express themselves for fear of that so-called mob justice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's one that is raging now. What is the guy's name? MD Tiamiu, or what's his name? MD Tiamiu. Was he within his rights to express what he felt? He was within his rights, right? Is he being bullied? No, somebody said no. This is an open conversation. Like I said, we have different opinions. Some people said it's not within his rights. Did I hear that? You will have your reasons for saying that. Can you give the person the microphone? Who said it? Okay. So, do you think what he said was right?
Thank you very much. I think that what he said coincided with the UK government decision to restrict students coming to the UK from bringing their families. And they asked him for his opinion, and he basically spoke the truth as he knew it on why people are jackpotting to the UK. So the first question to ask is, was he speaking the truth? Yes. Was the truth uncomfortable for some people? That's it. People are uncomfortable with the truth. People feel, why are you revealing home secrets, Niger secrets to the public, to the UK government. But he's simply speaking the truth as he knew it. He was not conjuring lies or anything. And so I don't know why people deliberately picked on him and are trying to make his life extremely very difficult. He has spoken his truth. If you disagree with him, focus on the issues. People have dug out when he moved to the UK. They've dug out his family members. They've dug out where he worked, where he lived in the UK. And the harassment on his life is just unbelievably too much. That's it.
Yeah, in fact, I have seen pictures online in which his pictures of like 5-10 years. In fact, some people said that he was a policeman. Nigerians. Yes, Nena wants to say something.
So I have a different point of view for this issue. It's not just about if what he said was true or what he said was not. What he said was true because that's what's happening, right? But the avenue at which he did that and the context was wrong because he himself just went to the UK not less than
9 months ago.
6 months, less than 1 year, right?
You know you may be wrong. Now let's rest Tiamiu's case. Can you also remember the case of the lady that went to the UN and they said, I mean, was it World Economic Forum, and they said it was Geneva, right? And it was a fake video or something like that. I think I heard that she was even suicidal, isn't it? So you see, I mean, time and time again, we are not justifying, justifying, social media regulation. But again, private companies that own social media platforms are beginning to understand that they have to self-regulate. YouTube has brought out a new regulation, a new policy because of the issue of, this gun violence in the United States. A lot of people are being radicalized, the white supremacy and so on is going on. Facebook is also doing something like that. In fact, there are a lot of calls now for regulating social media. To some extent, you have it in Canada. In the US, as at last week, in the state of Montana, TikTok has been banned. Yes, TikTok has been banned entirely. Whether it is a business decision or not, it has been banned because it's a tool that also young people use to express themselves. So the motive behind that ban is something that can still be debatable. So I think what this tells us is that as society confronts new phenomena, new ways of doing things and new practices, there's also the need for that self-regulation and also statutory regulations. But what we are afraid of in terms of civic space is that are these regulations going to be in extreme situations that they are going to now start affecting the way you express yourself, affecting the way you associate yourself, and also affecting the way you also contribute to decision making? You have a question? Okay, Madam Florence.
Sorry to take you back a little bit when we're talking about threats. I just want to know what your opinion is. What threats do you think artificial intelligence, as it's being designed now, will have on civic space?
Yes, that's very good, because what the kind of threat that artificial intelligence is going to have on civic space is to give non-state actors the powers of state actors, especially when it comes to violence. And I'll tell you this, I've really been following the AI world and I've found it very, very interesting. One thing that you would see is that, for example, now with these large language models that you have, like ChatGPT, and so on, and not the regulated type like Bing, for example, and also Bard, you will see that you can prompt an artificial intelligence, and I think we should have actually put it there, to say, okay, can you help me design a simple biological weapon? Right? It does not have the conscience to be able to discern whether this is right or wrong. It does not have, the ability to be able to discern whether this person is going to use it for good or not, or whether you're actually just asking it just to test it. Right? That can be done. And when you have an AI giving you a recipe, it means you can make it in your own room, which is very possible. Another thing also that can, provide stress to civic space, and which is actually a live example, is when one of the AI models was asked to develop an article around sexual harassment. The article was made up with references, fake newspaper links, but the character was real. The character was a lecturer in the University of Michigan. So that's what AI can do. You want to say something? Yes, please give him the microphone. So you see, those are to civic space, and that is why most of the originators or the inventors of this open source artificial intelligence are now calling for regulation, because it can get so bad. And I've also read somewhere that even when it comes to flights, an AI can be able to redirect a flight from its destination. So imagine an AI redirecting a flight that has only 2 hours left for it to land, and redirecting it for another 9 hours. And the fuel is about to go. And maybe the only fuel it has left in the tank is just going to be only 3 or 4 hours. But now you have been redirected to 9 hours. So there are quite a lot of threats and a lot of challenges that are going to be faced with AI. That is why ChatGPT is regarded as the black swan. Right? It has disrupted, but the disruption now is it good or bad?
Thank you very much. I think there are a number of things that would also happen, that are beginning to happen. It will be very difficult now to decipher between fake pictures and original pictures, because AI is able to generate pictures. You'll have seen online where they take the image of a popular person like C. Ronaldo, they dressed him in Indian attire, and it will look as if that was bespoke, made for him, right? Yeah. In the past, what people do was to cut the head of the person in Photoshop and place it. So sometimes if you look at it carefully, you would see that it's not perfect. But with AI, the images are perfect, the clothes are perfect, and they can do anything to everybody. There is AI-generated music, where they did for Drake. It has over 2 million downloads. It was not his song, but they used his voice to generate, they used AI to generate a song and use his voice to sing that song. And it became very popular all over the internet. So you would see more about videos, pictures, especially. I would predict that in the next election, 2027 election, they can AI generate a message that Buhari says, or maybe Pastor Adeboye says, with his voice, with his video, and say, vote for, this is my anointed candidate, vote for him. Before you come out and deny it, it's not me, it has gone wildfire. Those are the kinds of things I will see.
Rotimi, and thank you very much for that, because there's even a video that I saw of Messi as well, and it is AI generated. So what that means is that AI is also used to spread misinformation and disinformation, and also malinformation, isn't it? So that's another thread that I think we need to be highlighting when we're having our conversation. And this brings us to the next slide. Yes, you want to say something? Next slide, please. Hello? Yeah, you. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So on the previous slide where you talked about discrimination and marginalization, in Nigeria, there are some people, as we see now, in the world, that are identifying as non-binary. So they are not identifying as males or females. And we all know that where the right of one person stops is where the right of the other person begins. So in talking about the shrinking civic spaces, how do we include individuals who are non-binary, especially given that Nigeria has laws against LGBTQ, and you want to include these persons, but you don't even have a control over the reaction of other people in the civic spaces, because you can be civilized yourself, but you can't control how other people will also react to this kind of thing. So, I mean, I'm just bringing it up to say, how then do we ensure that the civic spaces for people who are non-binary is not suppressed, is not reduced, is not shrunken?
Okay. This is a witty question. I don't know if my bosses here can help with this answer. Anyway, I think for scale as a project, we work within the legislative framework of what Nigeria is. We work within the laws and, regulations and policies. And to some extent, not even to some extent, we are required at all times, by all means, to, observe these laws and so on. But I think my colleague, Susan, who is the Vulnerable Populations Manager, is going to respond to this. Susan.
Maybe why are you putting me on the spot? Okay, just to add my voice, yes, when it comes to gender issues, they are very context specific. And like Abi just started explaining, of course, the way we do gender in Nigeria, in Africa, for example, is completely different. And also we want to program in a very gender-sensitive manner first, and also in line with our policies and our laws. So in terms of LGBTQ, of course, we do not frown at it as development experts, but we are also very careful because like Abi mentioned, we know that in Nigeria there's some law that says once, you are caught same-sex marriage and all of that. So it's a very sensitive issue. And then that also spills over to people around the non-binary that do not conform to any sex and all of that. They all fall under the LGBTQI. So I would say that for us, as an organization, we want to also program within the laws of the land. And so we are kind of a bit silent when it comes to really highlighting some of these key issues that tend to conflict with the laws of the land. But of course, we do not, we are very inclusive people, and we do not discriminate against anybody based on their sex or their sexual orientation and all of that. So in summary, I would say it's a very dicey topic. Thank you.
Does anybody want to contribute to this? Yes, over there.
Just a brief, for my own small knowledge about this issue of, what she raised. I think, like you rightly said, the law is a constraining factor. But basically, if you don't name them LGBTQ or ABI, there are a lot of programmings around that also addresses their concern. In some balance, they are known as KP. They are known as, so there are programmings that address men sleeping with men, all those ones,
Yeah.
So it's not that that area is not being covered, but it's just the name that has been. I said it's not that the area has not been covered. It's not being covered, but it's just that name, which is the stigma that still drive people away from that concept.
Yeah. Thank you very much. General.
To Sakrati doctor to feel whether it's normal. So after the examination, my friend told me that it's normal. But based on the religious background of his own, he's not comfortable to certify that it's normal. That's why he called me for counseling. I said, no, we are within the scope. We are operating within the scope. He's of age. And he's not sick. That whatever he wants to do with himself, mentally he stands. Everything there for him. Not you are approving. I say, Father, thank you. What I'm saying, even in American system, where this thing happens, people are saying now CROS, we do programming, HIV programming. CROS will operate within American states, but they don't have condom programming. As Catholic Church. They still respect your religion and your view. So in this aspect, we are open to all, but then we still have your own conviction, the religious conviction, and within the law of the land where we are operating, we also operate within the law of the land and with your own conviction. Thank you. That's my
okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I think we have sufficiently discussed this. And like we said, I think we can just move a bit forward. We are dedicated and committed to inclusivity. Social inclusion is something that we are very passionate about. And it's something that we'll continue, to observe regardless of, the circumstances. So most of the responses, we've talked about the threats now. So these are some of the responses of civil society organizations. Do you remember this one, the one that we have, the newspaper cover that we have? Do you remember in other places down south? They face multiple taxation in terms of the mass that they keep in communities. There will be local government tax, there will be state government tax, there will be community tax, and there are also going to be also other tax that are involved. And that was a big problem. It got to a point that there was a press release last year, I think was it around August or September, to that effect, especially with Kogi state government, in which they were trying to bring out a whole new taxation on masts that are being kept within Kogi state. So the COSO said, can you give us your feasibility study and the reports that you have around this? Because right now we are in a world in which access to the internet is seen and regarded as basic human right to some extent, or maybe universal human right, not basic, but it's now becoming a human right. For you to access internet is now becoming a human right. And if you are now unable to have your masts in places where there is going to be coverage, of your network, and people can be able to access the internet because of this kind of multiple taxation, then that means there is a problem. Because and the conversation can be tilted a bit in favor of the private sector organizations without them having to really come out in the forefront to talk about this or to promote this. And that is where the ESG conversation comes in. Because in most cases and most times, it has been that corporate social responsibility sometimes used to be seen as tokenism, where it is only about painting a place or donating computers and so on. Social causes that will improve the policy environment, that will improve advocacy and so on, are not really, something that private sector organizations look at, maybe for fear of regulators or the fact that still the value has not been clearly defined. Anyway, that is part of the learning that we had. What you have in green there is the responses or civic action that is taken by cluster organizations supported by Scale. You have digital rights advocacy. Scale has a cluster called Digital Rights Information Partnership. Actually, it's a group of young people called the DRIP Cluster. And what the DRIP Cluster is doing is to see how they can, get this DRFB, Digital Rights and Freedom Bill, passed at the National Assembly. The DRFB, the Digital Rights and Freedom Bill, was in response to the, the cyber criminalization bill that was passed. So most of the clauses in this DRFB bill is already addressing the issues that were identified in the cybercrime law. And what it does is that it is really going to help open the space, and a lot of what we experience in terms of harassment and intimidation in the social media space can greatly be diminished through the DRFB. I think there was someone that was arrested in Anambra, right, because of his expressions on Twitter. Is that correct? We remember the episode, isn't it? Yes, and then tackling misinformation, disinformation, internet shutdown, and cyberbullying. That came out of our conversation with Alton and Atcon. There are issues of internet shutdown. For example, what I can remember is in Kaduna State, they shut down the service, they shut down the internet because of the, actions of bandits and terrorists, for 2 days. But what Nigerians are afraid of is how did this happen? Is it that they just woke up, government woke up and said, you know what, we have identified the problem, let us shut this down? Did they follow through a process? Did they consult citizens before this process was done? So there's also that fear that sometimes arbitrary laws and executive orders like this can threaten, civic space. And we said, okay, now let us bring together a group of civil society organizations to see how they can safeguard the civic space. But let them start with the 2023 elections. And they did a lot of trainings. They trained about 104 fact checkers across Nigeria, first of all, because misinformation and disinformation has also been used as a guise to restrict the freedom of citizens in expressing themselves. We have journalists, we have citizens journalists that have been either apprehended or locked up, or they have even disappeared as a result of accusations on misinformation and disinformation. So that's what we have. And then pushing for the implementation of the AJA, Florence organization, they are really working on that. And then also, I talked about the ARCON legislation and so on. And then women's rights advocacy, that is RAPA, is working on, you remember the Natasha story in Kogi, the lady that came out to contest for governor in Kogi State, and how she was attacked physically, isn't it? It's also an issue of civic space. We understand and we see how women are constantly bullied, especially women that are politicians are constantly bullied physically and online. There are organizations that are working on that. Media rights agenda is also working on this. I think on this note, we've already exhausted most of the conversation. Now we might bring it to a close so that we can go on to the next session. Yes, if you have questions, please. We'll just take 3 questions and then we'll close out. Thank you very much, everyone.
I just want to add something. Yeah, it is being observed, and just the same way it is happening all over now, that the civic space is shrinking, and then is fast closing. I think it is time the civil society organizations begin to think in a direction that can help us all tomorrow. If you see what happens around the business world, you see many corporate organizations, though not directly, they don't come out in the open to say it, but that is what they do, to sponsor even candidates that are duty bearers tomorrow, so that there are some decisions that cannot easily go against them, because those people are there. I think we, in the civil society organizations, can begin to think in that line too. It can start from anywhere, at any time, that you begin to have 1 or 2 persons representing the civil societies, even at law-making level, so that tomorrow, decisions that can constrain the civil society organization can be argued at that echelon, and it won't affect the civil societies. So thank you.
I think she's the last one, right? Okay. It seems our energy is low this morning. Okay. What's happening?
All right, thank you for the presentation. I want to take us back to some of those threats that affect the civic space. Aside the laws and policies, perhaps, that are being put in place to a kind of restrict civic space, do you think poverty contributes to shrinking civic space? Sometimes some persons, because of lack of funds, there's no means to mobilize and all of that. Do you think it's also a contributing factor?
Is there any other person again? Okay, that's all. So there are 2, I really don't want us to go deep into this, but let me just quickly, you see, there's a difference between shrinking civic space and threats to civic space. Yeah, there's a difference between shrinking civic space and threats to civic space, right? But they are still a bit the same. And economic situations are not seen as, a threat to civic space, but rather it could be a cause that can, contribute to civic space issues. For example, many people, which is debatable, a lot of people can attribute poverty and radicalization in terms of terrorism or banditry. Some people will say, because people are poor, that is why they have terrorists now, right? And terrorism is really a threat to civic space. Banditry too is really a threat to civic space as well. So in terms of that, when we are looking at the threats, we are not looking at poverty, as exclusive, an exclusive element to say that, okay, this is what contributes to civic threats to civic space. Shrinking civic space is generally because even if you're poor, you can still be able to engage at your community, at your own level. You understand what I'm saying? It is when you're unhealthy, when you are bedeviled with diseases and so on, maybe that is when you will not be able to engage. And what we are talking about civic space is what? Freedom of expression, freedom of association, and the freedom to also participate in governance. All right. I think we are done. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Abdusalam, for moderating that.
Yes, that's what.
please join us. Okay, so we'll just start. I guess when we start, they will join us. So we'll be starting with the first session for the day. Apologies, I had mentioned it would be a group work, but we will be having experience sharing by some of our partners before we get to the group work. And to share their experience on citizen engagement in different spaces, our partner Center for Social Justice will be sharing their experience on citizen engagement in budget advocacy and health financing, as well as citizen engagement for increased or sustained health insurance coverage.
For improved health budgeting. Please, could you just put there's a slide that has a cycle. The budget process on their own, and then audit, and that's the end. And once again, the cycle continues. The reason why I brought out this cycle is to show the fact that programs and projects that are priorities for them over a 3-year period, right? And then they will phase the implementation of those priority programs over maybe intervals, right, to achieve the 3-year targets. Maybe year one, if for instance the program is provide maybe sexual and reproductive health materials to women and girls, and in that particular community there are maybe 500 women and girls, for instance. Maybe in the first phase, year one, you could target maybe 250, right? In the second phase, it's still the same project. You could target maybe 200. And then the third phase, the third year, you could then target the last batch. So by the time this is phased and costed at the MTSS level, what then happens in the annual budget is that resources are provided for the part that will be implemented for just that particular year. Meanwhile, the projection initially has been for a 3-year or medium-term period. So I see a couple of times civil society organizations or maybe stakeholders generally engage, and then they come back and say, oh, I engaged on this particular issue and the budget is out and my priority was not reflected. They didn't listen to me, this and this. But the truth is that your priority probably wasn't captured in the medium-term sector strategy in the first place. And because it was not captured in the medium-term sector strategy, you do not expect it under normal circumstances to be captured in that annual budget. For instance, soonest, the process for preparing the medium-term sector strategy will commence. And it will be the strategy, like I said, it's a 3-year projection. It will be the strategy for 2024 to 2026. Next year, a similar thing will be done for 2025 to 2027, and so on and so forth. Only those things that are prioritized there will likely be funded in the 2024 budget. If you are lucky, your issues have already been covered in this medium-term projection, then it makes it easier for you. You probably don't need to start making a case for your issues to be covered in the MTSS. But we've seen situations where that is not the case, and for that purpose, the advocacy generally or the engagement generally for those particular issues become unsuccessful. So the point I'm just trying to bring out is the engagement needs to start from even before the budget is made, because the budget is made based on something else. It's not hanging in the air. It's made based on something else. So that something else that determines the budget is probably where heavy engagement needs to go in, because the budget only provides resources for those things that have been captured. I don't know if we are together. All right. So the reason why I brought it out is that this could also be a reason while sometimes certain advocacy and engagements that people do may not bring, the best possible result. Now, at the fifth box there, the sixth box there is on budget implementation. Sixth box there is budget implementation. So for most people, that is where the process ends. Once that year's budget, right, is implemented, for that year, they are done. They then look forward to the next year. So most people don't see audit as a key step in the budget process, a key step that can bring results, especially with respect to cost correction in the budget process. What happens at that stage is that there's a committee in the National Assembly, the Public Accounts Committee. In fact, the committee statutorily is headed by an opposition lawmaker, statutorily. And that committee, right, works closely with the Office of Auditor General, let's say for the Federation, and then there's also equivalent in all of the states. What also happens is that the audit reports presented by the Office of Auditor General of the Federation or of the relevant state goes to that particular committee, the Public Accounts Committee in the legislature. Meaning there is room for stakeholders, advocates, to also engage that particular committee and probably familiarize themselves with the process and also make input into the audit process. At that point, you could probably do an analysis. If there's any particular project that is of interest to you, but you feel there was some form of, under delivery, right? Or probably non-delivery. Meanwhile, resources have been released. You can also engage at that process that this particular project, maybe it's of interest to you, it's in your village, or it's going to be beneficial to people that you know and all of that. But somehow something happened and you didn't get money. There's room for engagement at this point. So basically, the key message I'm trying to bring out is that in the course of doing these things over time, there are some areas where advocates do not really pay a lot of attention to. And those particular areas are actually very important and can bring results. That's why I just decided to do a little bit of a sharing there. So for one of the things we are doing in the Scale project is for increased uptake of health insurance. And one of the things we've done is to organize town hall meetings in the different focal states of the project. For the town hall meetings, stakeholders, permit me to say all relevant stakeholders, come on board. Market women, keke napep drivers, Okada drivers, organized labor, right? The civil servants in the states, and then the government actors, because you cannot do without them, especially those of them from the health insurance agencies in those states. So when everybody comes together under one roof, it provides an opportunity for more awareness creation on what these health insurance agencies are doing. Because we see situations where even in the states, many of the people resident in those states are probably not aware that there is even a health insurance agency. So when all these actors are brought together, right, the government's side, the supply side, they present the situation from their own point of view, right? And then from the demand side, people also express their own positions so that at the end of the day, we get a better understanding of what everybody is doing. I will just share one or two experiences we've had in some states because they are quite, instructive. In a state like Rivers, for instance, we had the town hall meeting, called stakeholders together, both from the demand and supply side. Everybody, spoke, from the National Health Insurance Authority, the Contributory Health Protection Program in the states, even the private HMOs that provide health insurance coverage. Everybody spoke to one another. And we had people there and there start narrating, negative experiences that they've had on this health insurance issue before. Somebody came up and said, so and so time, we started a health insurance program, and then pointed out some persons in that particular gathering that he feels, right, was responsible for the financial misappropriation of whatever they had initially contributed. And then by the time the lady that was, permit me to say, fingered, got the message, and then she now presented her own perspective of what happened. So both parties now listened to each other, and it turned out that it was not really that this particular HMO mismanaged their funds, but then there were many other things that happened at the back of the whole scene, which these individuals were not aware of, that affected the whole thing. So by the time both parties spoke, everybody understood each other better. The point I'm trying to make here is that these engagements bring results in the sense that it increases people's interest in getting health insurance coverage for themselves. Even though for one reason or the other, maybe a negative experience in the past may make somebody have, look at the whole thing with a suspicion and all of that. But by the time everybody comes together, talks to one another, you think I mismanaged your money, but I'm not telling you what actually happened. I'm probably providing evidence, and then you understand what happened clearer. In a state like Sokoto, for instance, by the time we finished the town hall meeting, some persons indicated interest to actually enroll, right, under the Sokoto State Contributory Healthcare Management Agency, because they have very affordable plans there. Usually the state governments have much more affordable packages than even what the federal has. So when they indicated interest, it now turned that the agency itself, as the State Health Insurance Agency, then said that for so and so reasons, we are not yet 100% ready to start, enrollment under the particular plan that should have suited you best. So we see situations where citizens are willing and ready to get enrolled, but some challenges, right, within the government's bureaucracy and machinery probably reduces that ability for them to actually come on board as quickly as they should. Switch over to a state like Adamawa, for instance. They have everything on board, like they are good to go. If you want to enroll immediately, you are welcome. You will come on board. All the structures and everything they need is available. So this leads to a situation where different realities come on board in different states. In fact, in Rivers that I mentioned earlier, the experience that I shared was even for some in a private HMO. The situation now in the states is that, yes, they have a law, right? The Rivers State Contributory Health Protection Program law. But unfortunately, they don't have an agency that should champion the process. So the legal framework, permit me to say, has been at least made available. But then that political will to get the thing done then turns out to become a problem. And it's even interesting for me, really, because if I look at the state's budget over the last couple of years, there's always a provision for that agency within the state's budget. Over the last maybe 3-4 years or thereabout, there's always a provision, but the agency exists, right, based on it has been passed by the law, but physically there's nothing. So more or less, permit me to say it exists on paper. So it then changes the advocacy issues, right? The narrative now has to go back to a point where the agency has to run smoothly first, or at least relatively smoothly, to drive that enrollment process. Even though enrollment can actually happen in the National Health Insurance Authority program in that particular state, and of course through the private stakeholders. So it's been a very interesting experience seeing different realities play out in different states, and they all have different implications. Some other thing which we decided to do when we went to Sokoto, still on this issue of enrollment into the health insurance program, we finished the town hall. Of course, that was the state where I said people were even willing to enroll on the spot. So we saw a situation where there was a group, a religious group, people from the north will most likely know it. JNI is called. I hope I pronounce it correctly. Something Jamaatul Nasril Islam or something of that nature. So it's the group came to us that they have their structure across the entire length and breadth of the state. And because it is a religious organization, people generally listen to them, and you will probably achieve more empowering them to do the engagement and step down of the message because they are a religious organization. In the north, for instance, people don't use the word health insurance because the belief is that only God can insure your life or your health, right? Your health is clearly in the hands of God, and you are not in the position to insure it. So what they are more at home with is contributory health protection program. So more or less, you contribute to protect your health to the best of your ability, but not to insure it. The implication of that is that the religious organizations and leaders rather tell people why they even need a health insurance coverage. Based on Nigerian law, as of today, health insurance is compulsory. So if there's anybody here who does not have a health insurance coverage, it means you are running foul of the law. It means that you are breaking Nigerian law because the National Health Insurance Authority Act has said every citizen and legal resident, even if you're not a citizen, but at some point resident here, must have a health insurance coverage. So if you don't have, you are running foul of the law. And I know that if you have a vehicle, even if it's a Tokumbo vehicle, and you drive your Tokumbo vehicle on the road without insurance, either police will arrest you, or VIO will arrest you, or road safety will arrest you because your vehicle does not have insurance. But because there's nobody to arrest you for not taking up compulsory health insurance, people are unwilling and uninterested to even, take up health insurance for their health. So the question then becomes, between your health and your car, which is actually more important? Health, right? Yeah, health is important, but everybody insures their car, but people are not ready to even insure their health. So by the time you bring out these kind of narratives, right, and use them in your engagement, you begin to raise people's consciousness and awareness on why they actually need to do this. The truth is that except those who are working in the health insurance sector, knowledge about health insurance is at the lowest possible level. the average Nigerian, permit me to say, knows almost next to nothing on how health insurance works, except those who are engaging or rendering services in that particular sector. So the message is that before you then start enforcing or compelling people to get a coverage, it means that there's need for massive awareness and sensitization first, before you can then start compelling people. I said that because I was speaking in a radio program on this particular issue sometime, and the host of the program suggested, since it's compulsory, okay, why not let's arrest people who don't have a coverage. By the time you arrest a certain number of people, everybody will then know that you either do this or get arrested. Just like we see VIO and road safety doing for vehicle insurance. And then I said, if you start arresting, you may end up arresting 80% of Nigerians, and you have a problem. Even, in fact, we have to even keep the people you've arrested. Trust me, the prisons that we say are already congested will even explode. So that, immediate arrest for violation of the law, permit me to put it that way, should probably not be the first thing. Now, there has to be a program for massive awareness, massive sensitization, and then the government also puts adequate structures in place for people who are willing to take up to be satisfied. Because we've seen situations where people are willing, but the structures are not readily available. So by the time these things are done, right, you see people then enrolling naturally, and the process becomes easier. In most other civilized climes, it's compulsory. Once you are in that country, you just must get a health insurance coverage. So it's in the best interest of everybody. Besides, a health system that has a low health insurance uptake is a weak health system. That is the simple truth. As of today, Nigeria's out-of-pocket expenditure on health is about 77%, right? So more or less, for all the people who go to health facility to receive service, on 77% of the occasions, they make the payment out of pocket, like over the counter, right? Making your payment. Unlike having a prepaid health insurance plan, where if the need arises, all you have to do is to walk into the facility, receive service, and go, because payment has already been made ahead of time. Remember I said Nigeria's figure is around 77% for out-of-pocket health expenditure. The African average is around 34. I said 34, 3 and 4, meaning we are doing by far worse than the African average. And then the global average is around 18%. And I know that the best practice for developing nations is that the out-of-pocket expenditure shouldn't exceed 30 to 40%. The figure is not cast in stone, but usually around that range shows relatively healthy system, unlike what we have in Nigeria. So the point I'm trying to make is that we are not doing as well as we should on the issue of enrollment into the health insurance program. I'm sure that it's possible that maybe 1 or 2 persons here may not even have a coverage, right? I know all of us here, we are all elites. We are all the big men in the society. Yes, so imagine a situation where those of us here who are the big men and elites in the society have a scenario where not everybody is covered. Or some people are covered because the organization where they work made it compulsory. We were talking about the regulations from government, and I know that one of such regulations is health insurance coverage for your staff. So some people do it for the sake of compliance to statutory provisions. Well, whatever is the case, no problem. So, but the thing is, maybe all of us who are here can also become advocates and champions of this issue to talk to 1 or 2 persons. But generally, when we've gone to the field, response has been good. In fact, when we went to the field, we discovered that there is even much more to be done than we had even initially, planned in the scale project. There's so much that scale can do. That's just the simple truth. Sometimes everything depends on available resources and then the timeline that the project has to stay. But to get this done, it's a systemic thing. You really need to break those barriers that are standing between you and the enrollment. Remember I said when we went to Sokoto, JNI, being a religious organization, volunteered that they can play a role to cascade the message down, right? So we know that these are among the key stakeholders we are going to work with. But the implication now is that there's a deeper level of collaboration that needs to happen for these things to come to reality. So it's been a very interesting process with its own challenges, different things playing out in different states. And then, of course, today, the formal sector, maybe I will just share this experience. In most states, of course, you know the way the health insurance program works. For those in the formal sector, they contribute a certain percent of their salary. And then the government brings the other percent, right? So both parties are bringing, government and the people in the organized civil service, which is usually the case. So even those of us in NGOs, it's probably you bring a percent, your employer brings a percent. We saw situations where in some states previously, the percentage that the workers are actually supposed to contribute, of course, it's at source, right? So once there's an understanding with labor, the deduction is automatic. And then there are situations where that was done, but for some reasons, the government did not put its own counterparts down. So we see one party contributing and the other party not contributing. The implication is that when you then go to receive the service in the health facility will turn you down because they've not received from the other side. And then the man gets angry. But I've made my own contribution. Now, what do you mean? How can I contribute for something and I can't receive a service? But once the health facility are not providing the service, based on this very valid reason, there's really nothing you can do other than make trouble, shout, and at the end of the day, you go. So that led to situations where in some states, the organized labor, civil servants, then pulled out based on the argument that it doesn't make sense for us to put our own share down when you have not brought yours. So more or less, you must bring your own first before the people in organized labor can then do theirs. So it's a very interesting narrative. And then, with respect to the engagements for improved health budget, we've seen situations where we've gotten results in some states, right? The health budget for 2023 was higher than what it was in the previous year, 2022. And what we actually did before then was bring stakeholders together in those particular states, in the presence of the state actors. Everybody shared opinions and then came up with recommendations, areas where there was need for more funding for health, and justifications why this increased funding had to be made. And then after getting this done, the recommendations were then used to engage both the Ministry of Health and the State House of Assembly in those focal states. So by the time the Ministry of Health in those focal states see the argument you are making in the recommendations, and if it makes sense, they can listen to you, make a little more provision for you. And then, of course, the engagement shifts to the State Houses of Assembly. They can, approve a little more than had initially been planned. That has happened in some of the states. But me, personally, I'm looking forward to a situation where we would also then shift advocacy, right, to seeing that releases are made for those particular projects that have been included in the budget. Because it is only when releases are made that they become impactful to people in the end. So the advocacy for increased health budget is one leg of it. And then the other leg of it should also be interventions to see that releases are made. I say this because the implementation of the health budget is usually lower than you would expect. In fact, for health, especially in the federal level here, the implementation is usually much lower than you would expect. In some years, it comes down to less than 50%. So the implication is that only less than 50% of what was the budget gets funded, meaning a lot of things may not get funded. It's like the microphone is telling me time up. All right. So I'll just summarize now. So I will then share some experiences which we've had. We've seen situations where groups by themselves. Probably not so educated, they usually pick interest when you engage them. And then because it's something that concerns them, then they now want to engage more. And sometimes, because they have competencies which are probably unknown to you, they could even deploy them to get results much more than you have even empowered them to do in the first place. So generally, I think I just shared an overview of some of the things we are doing on the scale project. And I would love to stop here so that we will then take maybe comments, observations, questions, and all of that. Thank you. Okay, sorry, Abby, could you give me 2 minutes? There's something I want to share. Can I? All right, thank you. Sorry, please, I didn't see, I had noted it down, but I don't know how I skipped it. Still talking on the dynamics of the engagements, right? The results, because we are looking at it from areas where it's been successful and also areas where there have been challenges. In a particular state, we wanted to have an engagement where we will call stakeholders together to ask those stakeholders, right, to talk to them to embrace health insurance and take up a health insurance program. And to get the best result out of this, you also need the government actors to be there, because for the state health insurance program, they are the ones that will be, running the program. So it's always good to bring both parties together. And we got the results needed in most of the states. But in this particular state, we contacted the ES, told him what we wanted to do. Maybe because he's probably not as ready as he would have wanted, right? He needs to avoid the situation where maybe people then want to enroll and then you start telling stories. So he said that in or thereabout, the formal sector and the vulnerables, about 40-something thousand of them, brought on board for the window of opportunity that elections, they are going back to the masses. So that window of opportunity has also been, successful for us in Imo State, where we've had the state civil servants and the vulnerable people being brought on board for the program in the state. It's been a win. So thank you very much.
Any comment?
How did you manage it? So just do it like a general, state the problem in case there will be other presenters. What's the problem? And then go to those examples that you gave, government officials. So if you wanted to gather stakeholders, but you have not put it in a way that I will learn, because when this is a gathering of cluster members, you want to be able to take some of those learnings, and go and apply them. sometimes what you are telling us, which is the right thing. You had, one, we are learning program development from you. We are learning political economy of those interventions. You mentioned some of my states. I got excited when you mentioned Sokoto, for instance. I got excited with Adamawa. But Sokoto, I don't know what I'm taking away from Sokoto. I heard about GNI. I heard about Can Do. What really specifically? If they are not ready to enroll, was there a conversation about how they can get ready to start enrolling? Or you just left it at that point? So I'm saying this because the other people, they can also get, because from where I stand, if I see some of those things and there are things that state to state can also intervene in, like we have access to like everybody. The only person who can't just enter his office is the governor in any of those states. If it's SSG, commissioners, whatever, we have access to them, put it that way. So it's good for us to have those kind of, but great presentation. Just that you focus too much on the narrative rather than actually what your cluster did to solve the problem. Thank you very much. I like your dressing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And then, of course, excellent work, Martins. You guys do quite a whole lot. But, of course, I would also have expected what a good budget looks like. I mean, we have this envelope budgeting system, zero-based budgeting. Probably at that very vast with budget engagement would know the kind of messaging that will be helpful when they get into the field. Secondly, again, is around the point of entry for engagement. And of course, yes, you excellently alluded to the fact that at the level of the MTSS and EPTEF offers you a very brilliant entry road. But I think also it is dependent on what you are actually engaging the budget for. If you are doing transparency work, I think, maybe at the point where the padding conversation also happens, yes, you are engaging the issue of increased budget, but of course you are not sure if the increase is actually going for healthcare in itself, or they are increasing budget for procurement of vehicles and stationaries, and then of course increasing salaries. So what does a good budget truly looks like? I think it would be good to also have that very specific conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just pick up from what the previous two speakers had said. This is a meeting of both cluster and non-cluster members. And when you were presenting, because I don't belong to any of the clusters, my organization does not, but I was willing to pick a lot from your experience. And when you mentioned the budget circle, I was probably waiting to hear at what point your intervention came in. You had talked about the whole circle, and then I was like, okay, let me see where you guys started your engagement from. I mean, for some of us, just like he had said, we begin the engagement from even the implementation stage, the M&E stage, and that is where most of our work have always revolved around. And so I would like to hear from you about what stage you were and what were your experiences or challenges in intervention with the government. Then I also like to ask you if there's maybe it's online, I'll check, but is there a calendar to the budget cycle so that some of us can also follow it when it starts?
Thank you very much for the presentation. And thanks for sharing also the linkages between the auditing and the Public Accounts Committee. I think that's a very good thing to share with us. My question would be on into budgeting at states. Perhaps if your organization has done some work, you want to share some example with us. I also think you mentioned some things around health insurance. I think that a lot of states are beginning to set up these health insurance schemes at different level, but the performance, I think we paid for about 100 people to get registered. It took almost 4 months for us to get their registration card out of the FCT and health insurance scheme. People were following up from our office almost on a weekly basis. And I was imagining, so if it was this market women that went to register by themselves, would they even get the card at all? We paid, we had access to the office, we had access to the director, and then the implementation of these policies to benefit citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just briefly, you know, I just got a project on this health financing in terms of social health insurance. And so your presentation became very interesting to me. You spoke about the issue of, in the North, using health insurance as one of those issues that can emerge in the North. Are there other religious and other cultural issues that were like barriers in carrying out this project? I'm interested in that. But secondly, also, I wanted you to allay my fears. In your project, how many people did you get to enroll? So that I know whether civil society can actually do this or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that we don't overflog issues. Well done, wonderful presentation. A whole lot of lessons to learn from what you shared. Just like every other one has said, this is for us to learn. I would have loved to know. Yes, you shared it in your experiences, but I would have loved to know what is specific issue per state that you were able to, that you found out and you were able to address. Then I also saw that I would have also loved to know your point of entry. Is it that there were reviews of documents or discussions that actually gave you what the issue were? And then again, from what you have said, it looks like there was an issue, but when you get to the state, you met other issues. So, did you still continue with the first issue, or how? It wasn't too clear for me how you were able to marry all the issues that presented from the original issue. Then, you spoke about the support structures that helped in the North, the JNI and the whatever. But I didn't get to hear if there was any such support structures that could be able to also promote health insurance in the South, southern states that you mentioned. And lastly, for me, I want to know, are you in Akwa Ibom? And if yes, so that I can meet you later for other discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. I think that has been a wonderful presentation. We're also, from a health budget alert cluster, we're also intervening in the health sector. One of the states you mentioned, Adamawa, and yes, it was true that relatively the insurance agency there is doing what one can say better in comparative terms with the Adamawa and Taraba that were intervening. Because we normally do have them in the room as well, because when we're talking about health sector financing, they're in the health sector, so the executive secretary is always in the room. When he shares what is going on in his agency, it's wonderful. And when you talk about the issue of budget allocation, that is where the problem is, but it is more on performance. Just last week, to engage the Adamawa team, we took them to Gombe for a budget performance engagement to review Q1 performance of the budget, because the insurance one that you are intervening in specifically, you will discover that when the general health performance is bad, and in the health sector, even if it is the recurrent expenditure that is there, all of us go to hospitals, you discover that a lot of our manpower in the health are living abroad because of poor remuneration. So even the recurrent expenditure in the health sector is very important. It's as important as the capital expenditure, based on what we've seen on ground. So when we took these people to the room, to Gombe last week for the review of the performance of Q1 health budget, we discovered that maybe because of the elections, a lot of areas where releases, key areas, like the insurance sector you're talking about, and areas like life-saving commodities, simple things that can save people, women and children when they're in the hospital, where budget lines for these areas were not released. But then, we now try to put the people in the room together, the House of Assembly members led by the Deputy Speaker, where he suggested, he said, Gabriel, put us on the WhatsApp platform, all of us, the Assembly members, the Minister of Health, Minister of Finance, Accountant General's office, so that, because the complaint for releases especially was that his memo system, and when you send a memo, it gets to certain quarters, it doesn't move again, and nothing happens. So put us on the platform. Let us be on the platform with the cluster, be on the platform with the ministries, so that if the Minister of Health initiates a memo that is important, let them notify us on the platform, so that the House of Assembly members who can easily see the governor or whoever that is can authorize releases. So it is not a one-day thing, as you are saying, of allocation. It has to start the moment we enter the year, you have to begin to push. And that was why any of our meetings will still have people from the budget ministry in the room, trying to see that all the processes that will lead to the budget of that year should commence as immediately as fast as possible. So,
okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'll just start from Gabriel. I agree with you 100%. The health sector is one sector that depends a lot on human resources. So the recurrent expenditure will be very, very huge. It's expected that recurrent will be very, heavy on the budget, because if you take away the human resources in the health sector, the equipment cannot work. So for every equipment, there has to be, somebody getting it done. So I agree with you on that. Now, on the non-release of budget line items, for some of them that you mentioned, I think if you recall, I said something about, I don't know if I said it, I have it in the slide, right? I said something about the low, utilization on the budget because of several issues. Okay, so, sorry, please, the person working on with the slides, could you just go to, let me get the slide number so that you just go there straight. Okay, so that's slide 11 and 12. Okay, that's this. So this is for the federal. This is for the federal. And if you look at that, you see that for 2021, right, the utilization of the budget was actually as low as 40.69%. That's utilization as a percentage of the capital appropriation. It was actually as low as 40.69%, right? And when you have less than the budget being utilized, it means that a lot of things will be dropped. That's the simple truth. A lot of things will be dropped. And for 2022, as at mid-year, which is June, it was as low as 2.24%. So by the end of the year, we know it will go higher than this, but you can't do a magic to strike a very high figure. Now, if you look at what it is, please go to the next slide. I don't know if we can see that clearly. If we look at the column where we have utilization as a percentage of the approved budget, from 2010 to 2021, just look at the figures. There are instances, if you look at 2021, for instance, it was as low as 13%. 13%. What that means is that only 13% of what was put in the budget was eventually released. The implication is that a lot of things will be dropped. And in what I have in this slide, okay, please enter the next slide. Enter the next slide, please. So I was saying something about the advocacy should shift from ensuring budget provisions for certain line items to ensuring releases. So personally, this funding gap has established the fact that there's not enough money for everything. So maybe what we then need to do now is to channel advocacy to see that those particular projects that are of interest to us will be among the ones that will enjoy release when the little money that is available eventually comes on board. Okay, so the penultimate question was on, just like we have JNI, which is a support structure in the North, do we have similar support structures to cascade the message of health insurance down South? So you look at the religious institutions, Christian Association of Nigeria, for instance. In some of the states, they indicated interest to help in cascading the message. In fact, what the persons who represented them in one of the states even offered that during service in his church, there could be just a 10-15 minutes, interval within service in the church to step down the message across the various churches that he, worships under. So we see that the religious institutions are a very good support structure that can actually step down the situation, just like what we also have in the North. Probably a swap of the dominant religion is just all that will be done. But then there are support structures like the religious institutions and even the traditional rulers, especially in rural areas. People listen to them a lot. So another level of engagement, which we even want to do and do deeper, is to now work with these support structures to take the message lower. Okay, somebody asked if of course, he mentioned that I identified religious and cultural barriers. What other barriers could we possibly have? I think a major one is awareness. The awareness generally is very low. You can only enroll in what you know of. You can only embrace what you know of. So if we do a bit more awareness, raise the awareness higher, it will go a long way to reduce that barrier of, permit me to say, ignorance of what the scheme has to offer. So another key barrier which I would identify would be awareness. It's very low. And then the issue of how many persons actually enrolled, just to know, the extent to which civil society can do this. Remember that it is not the civil society organization that is enrolling. Right? What the civil society organization will do is just to bring those who need the service and those who provide the service. Bring them together, let them talk to each other. Right? So if they then talk to each other, after that, people can start enrolling. Then the follow-up will then be to find out what the figures are, especially as a result of those specific interventions. But it's not the civil society organization that will actually do the enrollment. In some of the states, they've released figures of increase in enrollment within a certain length of time. And then in instances where the civil society organization has had engagements and interventions within that period where there was an increase, then it has to be to tie whatever intervention you've done to see the role that your intervention played in actually doing, achieving the increase. But the enrollment will not be done by the CSO. It can only be done by those who have the statutory powers to do so. That's why in every state we go to, we ensure that NHIA is present because they also have programs. People also enroll under NHIA. We ensure that the State Health Insurance Agency is there. And then private HMOs too are there, because these are the three people that can actually do the enrollment. So what will happen and will be a continuous process is to follow up with these stakeholders to see that you are getting figures of enrollment happening as a result of your interventions. Okay, so somebody also mentioned a situation where it took 4 months, right, for them to even get the ID card, despite the fact that they were doing the follow-up with the agency. Remember, at some point, I said it here that sometimes what we've seen is that the agencies, in some cases, are not very ready for you. That's the simple truth. We've seen situations like that. They may not be very ready for you. And you I think, corroborated that by saying it took 4 months, despite the fact that you were going to the office, following up and everything, but it still took 4 months. So what I would suggest in this case is a strengthening of the institutional capacity in that agency, and probably the bottlenecks and the bureaucracy governing the enrollment. I don't think it should take 4 months to enroll somebody who is serious and has started the process and is even following up. You know, that length of time is too long. But these are some of the things that political will, right, is what will address. So obviously the advocacy too has to shift towards engaging the political structures that actually do the enrollment, not just about bringing people, but how do you also support the agency handling the enrollment to see that their processes are able to work faster and absorb more people within a smaller period of time. So something was said on analysis on what goes on in the state budget. Actually, most of these things were in the slide prepared. They were in the slide prepared, but I was advised to just let go of some of them. That's why at some point I had to recall something on the budget utilization. So, but generally, we see situations where it's a mix in different states. In some states, we have situations where the health budget is higher than others. So maybe we'll look at it on a state-by-state basis to see states that have a better, funding going for health. So in the case of federal, for instance, what went in for health for this year was about 5.something%, an improvement from 4.8 or thereabout that it was as at last year. In Bauchi, Nasarawa, it went to as high as 13%, 11%, and in some other states it was lower. So it varies from state to state. Sorry I couldn't share them, but I initially had them in the slides that I brought here. And then somebody also said something about unavailability of the budget performance report in the state. So because of the SIFTAS program that was mentioned even yesterday, of course, we know the World Bank loan, SIFTAS. One of the disbursement-linked indicators for the SIFTAS program is ability to present your budget implementation report. So if you provide your budget implementation report in a timely manner, there's a certain amount of money that you will get from the World Bank loan, which our boss, John, talked of yesterday. So budget performance reports is actually one of them. What that meant is that in the last maybe 1-2 years, right, the budget performance report has been, permit me to say, available for most of the states, because there's no state that will not want to lose out on this so-called free money as a result of just presenting your budget performance result. So in the last 1 to 2 years, almost all the states have theirs. We've not had major challenges. But the problem was before the SIFTAS program started, and now that the SIFTAS has just ended, whether we are going to still see the reports being available over time. Well, we'll see how it goes, but most likely it may not be as available as it was, last year and last 2 years. So somebody talked of engagements happening outside those two sectors. So I'll just run real quickly. Engagement happening outside those two stages that I mentioned. So it doesn't really mean that nothing goes on outside those two. I just brought out those two because those are two stages that people usually don't engage a lot on. But across all the other stages of the circle, a lot is usually happening. And then for the specifics, this is probably the last now, the specifics that we are seeing in the states. So just like I said, the specifics varies from state to state. I've probably shared a few in some states, but then there's also something too I would love to share in Bauchi. For instance, we had an intervention, brought stakeholders together, right? And then some media persons who were there in that activity say, oh, this thing you are doing is a wonderful thing. You know what? We are going to provide airtime for you to come and even take this your advocacy, to the media houses free of charge as our own contributions. So we've seen that play out in Sokoto. We've seen that also play out in Bauchi. In fact, in Bauchi, one of the partners that Scale is also collaborating with IHP, right? It was, interested in it and even provided financial support for more engagement based on that. So we saw situations where the Scale intervention provided a platform for this message to go in, to the masses through those media houses. And IHP also empowered a partner, because we are working with their own, with one of their partners to actually even push the message, leveraging from the platform that has come up from this Scale intervention. So generally, it's a mix in different states. I can see Abby is already on my neck, so I will just stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martins. Thank you. Just if there's any other conversation you want to have with Martins based on the budgeting process or the health insurance coverage, you can always meet him one-on-one and have that conversation, or even for collaboration. But before we have the next session, can we please go for tea break? We'll do tea break in 30 minutes or less and come back for the next presentation. The speaker is already very eager to share his experience with us. So let's go for tea break, please. gentle as I can.
I can hear you.
As friendly as I can. Just give me a heads up. Are you ready? Yes, sir.
3 minutes after.
God has given you power to conquer all. You can do this. 3 minutes. What's on Rotimi's designation in South Africa?
He's the executive director, the founder, and just the executive director.
Deco, are you the one that gave the community break to?
No, but they are giving it to me.
Okay, so there are people that are outside that have not gotten, so please coordinate that. They are outside. Tessie.
This person is waiting for me.
Who?
Nana.
She's waiting for me.
She's calling me.
Me.
Okay, wait.
Sure, just coordinate. Mr. Rotimi, can I start now? All right, thank you. Hello, all. Hello. Is it okay for us to resume? Can we resume? Okay. Welcome back from the tea break. We are continuing with the program for the day. We had started with experience sharing, and the first organization that shared their experience with us was the Center for Social Justice. So we'll be calling on the next skill partner. Are we together? Are we together? Okay, so we'll be calling on the next skill partner to share their experience with us on promoting citizen engagement in advancing basic education at sub-national levels. To talk on this, Youth Hub Africa will be represented by the Executive Director, Mr. Rotimi Olawale, who will be joining us in seconds to speak on citizen engagement in advancing basic education at sub-national levels. I think it would be really nice to leverage on the comments that came from the last presentation to say that it would be nice for us to hear more around the strategies on civic engagement at the various stages or across the various sectors, and to focus on the issues that we experience and the lessons that we learned. So maybe the next speakers should really think and look around these areas when they're speaking. I'll be inviting Mr. Olawale to the podium. Please a round of applause for him.
right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I'll be presenting on the work that my cluster has done, and based on some of the successes that we have experienced, and also present on some of the challenges that we've faced. Our work is focused on citizens' engagement in advancing basic education at subnational level. If you can you please put up the slides for me? And so what is our project focused on? Our cluster is known as the Advancing Good Governance in Education, and we're focused on delivering 3 key objectives. The first one is to influence government at national level, at federal government level, to increase budgetary allocation to education by the end of 2023. Our second objective, which is what I'll be focusing a lot of my presentation on, is to facilitate the institutionalization of citizens' participation and engagement in the UBE processes in 5 states by 2023. The states that we're looking at is we focused on FCT, Kano, Ebonyi, Kwara, and Kebbi State. Those are the 5 states that we're working with, institutionalizing citizens' participation at state level and working with the State Universal Basic Education Board to get this done. Our third objective is to advocate for targeted states to increase budgetary allocation to education at primary and secondary levels, including the timely release of UBE counterpart funding. Can you go to the third slide, please? So what did we do? I think the first thing that we did was to convene, we did a number of desk research to understand the UBE implementation at state level, and what are the entry points for citizens' engagement and how this is done. Specifically, we were focusing on the development of the SUBEB work plans at state level and how citizens can participate, mobilize to participate in influencing and determining how the project within the work plan is done, and to implement and follow up on the implementation of the work plan and to see that it benefits their communities at different levels. We conducted studies to deepen our knowledge of the UBE processes. We have worked on universal basic education advocacy at national level for a number of years. We have filed FOI requests to universal basic education, I think, for the last 5 years. So we understand the states that have not accessed UBE funding over a number of years. And we've understood some of the challenges by speaking with a number of stakeholders at different levels, at federal level and state level. And so we have a firm understanding of the UBE process and how the funding is accessed by states. But we also wanted to understand deeply how this works at state level and what are probably some of the pain points that states face in accessing resources, and how we can find entry points for citizens' engagement and participation in that processes. Following the research that we did, we published some policy briefs and some knowledge products to share the knowledge that we gained. One of the things that we experienced is that government stakeholders, when they see citizens wanting to participate in a process that included funding and financing, the fear that they have is that you want to get information and expose them on social media. So they're always very weary in creating space for citizens to sit on the table and listen to discussions that will involve budgeting and having access to this information and documents to share at online or in the media or at national level. We de-emphasized the budget monitoring aspect of citizens' engagement. Rather, we focus more on citizens' involvement in identifying what are the priorities in basic education in their communities, helping to identify pain points that communities face and projects that they can focus on in ensuring that they can increase the quality of education at basic education level in the states. We convened a number of meetings. I think one of the meetings that we did was what we call the demand side, supply side meeting, where we brought stakeholders, CSOs, community leaders together with government stakeholders, specifically from the Federal Ministry of Education, State Ministry of Education, State Ministry of Finance, and SUBEB, to have a conversation on how citizens' engagement in the processes can be analyzed, that we push, or format that we present to government must also be organizationally implementable. This is very important, especially in ensuring sustainability of whatever framework that we do, because when funding ends and the agency responsible for implementing it don't have the institutional capacity to do this, then whatever you are proposing will end the moment funding ends with your project. Some of the successes that we have recorded, we worked in 5 states, like I mentioned. I think it's been extremely very tough to get government stakeholders to agree to some of the things that we have pushed in our citizens engagement framework. In the last 1 month, we have recorded success in Ebonyi and Kebbi states, where we've had the validation of the framework, and it has been adopted by SUBEB with the participation of different stakeholders, including the chairman of SUBEB took part in the validation and adoption in both states, and this has now been signed and released to the public out of the 5 states that we're working in. Actually, the one in Ebonyi happened just last week. We're still working aggressively with Kano to see if we can get that passed before May 29. It's a tall order, it's just a few days left to May 29, but we know that the moment government changes, many states will release circular to relieve political appointees of duties in their duty station. In fact, Oyo State issued that circular yesterday. All political appointees in Oyo State have been asked to make way for the most senior civil servants in their agencies and in their ministries. So we expect that this will happen in many states, and this might impact us achieving more successes as we go further, because we will then have to pay further advocacy visit to ensure that the processes can continue at state level. Next slide. Some of the challenges that we face working with government stakeholders can be very tough. You must pay attention to what they say. You must also pay attention to what they are not saying. If you do not have the right cadre of civil servants participating in your conversation, there are a number of times where you invite civil servants to meeting, and then if you invite the PAMSEC, if the PAMSEC delegates the director is only going to speak on the address that the PAMSEC has asked the person to present. They don't want to go beyond and above that. So we learned to engage in both formal and informal conversations with the government stakeholders that we have had. I think that this year, actually from 4th quarter of last year, the election season impacted on our ability to engage with stakeholders at state level, and I'm sure many clusters would also bear witness that this probably has affected some of the projects that you're working on, but we tried as much as possible to capitalize on the transition window. I think emphasis was made on the transition window yesterday. We capitalized on the transition window, and with a sense of urgency, that's why we have been able to achieve results in the 2 states that we've had some results. We've had some benefits to the cluster model that we operated. I think that we benefited in each of the states that we worked on. We ensure that as part of our cluster, we have a non-profit, a CSO, which is based in that state, and who has done extensive work as a civil society in that state. So we benefited from their local network in bringing to us timely information and also bringing their corporate and personal credibility to the table. If we had come from as a civil society organization based in Abuja, I think it would have taken us longer time to have buy-in with the local actors at state level. And so the cluster model helped us in getting information. Some of the cluster members know the actors one-on-one, and so they use their personal relationships in helping us open doors and have conversations to move the work that we're pushing forward. I think the next step that would go following the new dispensation from May 29 going forward is we're working towards testing the citizens engagement framework. As many people would agree, sometimes it's easy for government to agree to policies. The bigger work will be then on its implementation. We're having advanced conversation with SUBEB in Kebbi State, and they have said they are willing to host a conversation with citizens around their next work plan for SUBEB. And what we're trying to also test is that we don't want to fund and finance everything that would go into that community engagement framework. We're asking them, can we use the SUBEB all in your state? We can provide refreshment, we can provide transport, in order to see this as a collaboration and as something that is jointly owned and the ownership is as also strong with the state institution, as again just focusing on the project to provide the financing for the work that we're doing. I think I'll stop at this place. I think, yes, that has been spoken about. And the last slide will be to thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that presentation. I just need one person to ask a question, because I've noticed that when you say questions, comments, everybody's hand is down. That once one person speaks, we have 20 people raising up their hands. So can I have the one person, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciated your presentation. I would like you to share your experience. My name is Jibril Shitu, CEO of PPD-CDC. I would like you to share your experience when you go as a group to engage with stakeholder, and maybe someone breaks out of the group and speaks to the press. It could be damaging for the engagement. So how do you approach such situations? I don't know if you got my question. I could restate it. When you go as a group to engage with the government, let's assume you're having a meeting with a commissioner or a PAMSEC, and it wasn't satisfactory for the group, but someone breaks out of your group and engages with the press. How do you handle those type of dynamics? Thank you.
Okay, where are the rest? Is my theory working? Oh, no. No, you can't fail me now, please. Where are the rest? Any other question? Any other comments? Okay, let's start with what we have.
All right. I think at the end of the day, anything can happen in such a situation. Fortunately, we didn't face such a situation in the work that we did. But I know that in the past, when you work with large coalitions, you can witness such. I think as much as possible is to be honest to the stakeholders that this is a coalition, you can't control it. Also to agree with the coalition ahead, if you're having conversations around Chatham House rules, where conversations are being discussed frankly, and you don't want any of this to go out to the press, you should discuss ahead. If you don't do that, then assumptions can be made on both sides on what can happen. So if you're having frank conversation, you should declare that and that this is a frank conversation, and this should not be leaked to members of the press. And we have had such conversations at different levels. I recall with the chairman of the UBEC Commission, we had such conversations, especially in understanding the challenges around UBEC counterpart funding, what his own personal thoughts are. Sometimes the individual's personal thoughts are slightly different from government position. And when government takes a position, they cannot take an opposing position from government. But it helps you to know how to move the lever with working with different stakeholders across the value chain.
So it works, right?
Okay, so Rotimi, thank you very much for that presentation. I think that was very mouthful. But, you know, Abigail, we're just saying, me and Martins here, it's like you over-contained him, so he didn't have the leverage to actually go down to some of those nitty-gritty and the experiences. Rotimi, I would just like you to share with us, like you said, the peculiarities differ from different state to different state. If you could tell us some experiences you had, the challenges you faced, and did you meet situations where you had to change your tactics? You know, you had to adapt different tactics. How did you do that? Did it work? You know, and then maybe the political economic analysis in the state as at when you did your research and all of that. Was there any point in time that it changed and you had to go back to, you know, so just give us a bit of, you know, hands-on and real challenges and tactics that were made.
Okay, let me start by applauding you for a wonderful presentation. I like the fact that you were very straightforward. You were specific with the problem, the intervention, and the successes. But my question is, it's not easy to handle a lot of people, especially if you're not physically present. And I'm sure that there were times where issues may have come up in the clusters or the coalition. My question is, how were you able to ensure that the objective of the cluster was achieved? Perhaps you can give me more details about how was the communication, like what was the frequency of communication? I mean, just other information that can help one who wants to form a coalition like this. What kind of things should we pay attention to?
Sorry. I cannot dethrone a chief, please. Okay. Okay. I think we can continue with what we have.
Thank you very much. I think I have two questions. One is sharing experience at state level and what differs from state to state. I'll use Ebonyi as an example. The governor in Ebonyi is perceived to be someone that can be very overbearing. And so political actors in the state want to understand if what they are supporting will not go against what the governor wants. So if you bring anything to them, you are not likely to hear. They would first play neutral, they abstain from it, and they would want you to start your advocacy from a much higher level. Fortunately for us, issues of education are not usually very controversial. You don't see, I think that many times when you meet stakeholders, everybody agrees on the importance of education, on the importance of quality education. What probably would differ is what are the strategies to use to tackle that. In the past, we've worked on some controversial policies. I mentioned child rights earlier. There are provisions in the child rights that are very controversial and debatable. So that you see people who are either vehemently against or vehemently in support of that, and then you see how to navigate that process. But for education, I think that people are lying on many of the things that we're talking about, but it's how to understand the strategies and how to push that forward. So the challenge that we faced in Ebonyi on that political economy issue, we didn't face in some of the states that we're working with. In Kwara, the governor has a personal commitment to education. In fact, before Governor AA before he won the election, Kwara State was suspended from accessing UBEC funding because the last governor played some interesting games with the funding. The moment he took a loan from bank, accessed the counterpart funding, returned the loan and didn't use the money for what it was meant to. And so UBEC suspended them. So money for Kwara State for UBEC financing accumulated for at least, I think, about 4 or 5 years before the new government came in. So we did some advocacy around that, wrote to the governor, got a response, helped to identify the amounts they have, and did some advocacy in ensuring that funding was released. So you see different peculiarities across different states in that regard. As regards how to manage clusters and if there were challenges with communication and conflict and that, I think that the way that the cluster is designed, and especially the rules for the cluster management, where cluster members, staff are not paid, presented a number of challenges. So especially when we're based in Abuja, they want to do something, you ask them to provide documentation, they provide, it's not enough, you ask for further documentation. Sometimes they're like, why are you disturbing me this way? There was a time that we had issues with withholding tax. We had communicated, maybe some of them forgot, so when we wanted to pay the vendors, we had deducted withholding tax and then paid. Then the vendors refused and said, no, our money is not complete, we'll cancel your program, you will not do the program. It took a lot to resolve those issues and to do ensure that communication line is open to explain and to understand so that they can understand the processes and know that this is about documentation for a project and it's not us trying to make their life as difficult as possible. I think it's very important to ensure communication line is much open, but to also trust in the ability of the cluster members to deliver, sometimes to listen to their to the peculiarity of their challenges and to work with them in ensuring that those challenges are resolved. And there's a lot of learning that we benefited from their own personal understanding of the case in their states that we would not have been able to understand, and so that knowledge was beneficial to us. We also do more or less peer review amongst our cluster members from state to see what state has made advancements in the project cycle and what state is lagging behind, and what are the strategies that this state has used to have this advancement or the other. Until we got the win from Kebbi, I think that then spurred other states to also see if there's a possibility to get other wins before the end of this administration. And I think that helped in some form of healthy competition amongst the cluster members.
Any last questions, comments? Okay, thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. So without wasting any further time, I would like to invite to the stage also someone else who is really eager to share his experience with us. He'll be speaking on the role of Women Smallholder Farmers Network in promoting inclusive agriculture. He's the Executive Director of the Life and Peace Development Initiative, an organization based in Akure, Ondo State. Can we please put our hands together for Mr. Franklin?
Okay. Sorry, my my voice. I hope I'm able to speak audibly enough. Well, this is what we work on. We are called Inclusive Agricultural Cluster. And what I'm asked to do here is to speak to what worked for us, strategies, some of the strategies we used. And I'm going to run through that quickly. Thank you. Now, this is our goal. Place the slide. Okay, it's to improve the environment for smallholder women farmers to grow their business or businesses, reduce poverty by stimulating inclusive economic growth, and contribute to food security in the Southwest. And so, specifically, we're working in the 6 states of the Southwest to strengthen, okay, these are the objective, to increase advocacy capacity of the Southwest Agro-Women Network. Now, the network, Agro-Women Network, is the collection of smallholder women farmers in different value chain within the Southwest. Somebody raised an issue yesterday that some stakeholder will say this group will come, this other group will come on the same advocacy issue. So it's better to have a body that channels the issue of the women in a more coordinated manner. Now, why we did this was because we named it Agro-Women Network, is to align all these clusters in different value chain to this budget line. Understand? So as we go on, I will explain better. So these are just the objectives of the project initially. Now, I put this, the next slide please. I put this basically just to explain what we will try to do in a summary. Okay. So the project that we are doing, it's a follow-on to consolidate and build on the gains from the implementation of the USAID SACE project in Ondo State. And what we are hoping to do is firstly to expand the coverage. Then it was just us. Intervention to other 5 Southwest states. We're hoping to facilitate inclusion of women farmers living with disability into the networks. These are a group that's totally be removed from agriculture, even though agricultural governance system, even though we have more of them practicing agriculture for sustenance. We also to strengthen networks member capacity for engagement, advocacy, and lobby on cluster advocacy issue. Now, ensure visibility of network products to expand access to local, facilitate participatory review or development of 5 inclusive and gender-sensitive agricultural policy. Then support demand and creation of budget line in the budgets of the 5 states, and also in the budget of the local government in Ondo State. Now, the strategy for Ondo State is different because Ondo State already had a budget line specifically for those women called Agro Women Budget Line since 2018. But the local government, we are bringing them into the fray to also be part of that process. So those are just what we want to achieve. So because our strategy is advocacy, in totality, we had 5 or 4 major advocacy asks. 1, to review and update existing policy to come up with an inclusive and gender-sensitive friendly agricultural policies, sector policy in this state. What we normally do have is that state governments have their own policy on agri when they come in. But we are looking at sector-wide policy within the agri, which is more sustainable. Sometimes it incorporates the agricultural agenda of state government. So, but most times these are lacking, obsolete sometimes in states that we are intervening in. Now, the creation of dedicated budget line for smallholder women farmers is key to us because, and we're hoping that since we'll be able to do it in Ondo State, it will be easier to do it across the other Southwest state because of the peculiarity and the needs that have been identified. Then the Ondo budget line, which is a new initiative, we also introduced that. Then one of the things that we intended to do was to integrate the Agro Women Network into, to convert them from that unorganized network to become BMOs and integrate them into the Odua Chamber of Commerce, Industries, Mines and Agriculture, Odua SIMA in the Southwest. So, from all that I've said, these are where we are after a year of that project intervention. So the cluster has developed, reviewed, and validated 2 states, Ekiti-Ayo and Oyo, inclusive agriculture, gender-sensitive sector policy in collaboration with all sector practitioners. We also created dedicated agro-women budget line established in 3 states of the Ministry of Agriculture for the 2023 budget. Agro-Women Network has already been profiled for registration as a BMO under Odua Chamber of Commerce. And as at today, we have about 5 LG that have come out with local government agro-women budget line. Now, that's some of the achievements that we've had documented. Now, who drove our advocacy? Based on some of the learnings, we worked with the women, and some of our clusters have rightly said. The cluster model ensure that you work with the cluster member. So we had within those cluster sectors like value chain actors such as Sofon, Wofan, Kowan, and etc. And so it states where they are the one that drives, book appointments, distribute letters, etc. Now, that's one of the things that the way we work with the cluster. Now, they also facilitate access to relevant stakeholders because they are core farmers. They are known to the ministry officials. And so when the ministry officials sees them, they welcome them because they are their partners, and that's for us, provide the inroads to engage them. Now, also, because they have these agro-women have representative within the inclusive agricultural cluster itself. They have access to information that helps them to take forward information. Now, two things here. There's inclusive agricultural cluster. There's agro-women network so this agro-women network also have representative within the inclusive agricultural cluster, and this help them to have access to information and be able to take certain things forward in their respective states. Now, what has also helped our advocacy? When we started, we had to do a thorough stakeholders mapping to understand which of these ministry have related mandates to what we are going to be doing. And because this is to us, it was quite important. We've had issues where some will say Ministry of Women Affairs should be part of that process. Do they really have that mandate to achieve what we wanted to? So how do we engage them differently from being part of that cluster? So that helped us because we were able to streamline our stakeholders. Now, we did also analysis. So that I captured as dig deep to understanding your core ministry internal power or relevance interplay, so as to effectively assign roles and responsibility. There were a lot of things that came up when we were implementing. For now, we thought the best agency to host the agro-women budget line was we assigned that responsibility to the ADP. But from the mandate of the ADP as at now, it has alienated them from that responsibility. They are to focus more now on support, we'll call it their role, which is to manage farmers more. So it removes them from hosting the budget line. And that has to go back to the Ministry of Agri. So then our cluster composition helped us a lot because it helped us in determining success level. Now, how did we get here? Our working strategy. So the knowledge of the advocacy acts among all the cluster members helped them to take issues. We're working in 6 states. We can't be there every time. Help them to take the issue forward. Engage informally, formally, which they also report to us. In fact, as at yesterday, those in Ekiti led the wife of the governor to the Ministry of Agric for the wife of the governor to start demanding why there's a delay in some of the deliverables. That to us shows that they are taking initiative on our behalf within the project. Okay, so we ensured continuous follow-up at every point to ascertain, because this is also important, because you will have made gains and you think you have arrived, but before you know it, because advocacy is fluid, advocacy issues that we're doing is fluid, things can change at any time. So there's need to continually be on them. So we also ensure that advocacy visits are led by the cluster, by the agro-women members in the state with the cluster representative from that state. This has helped us because by the time they are speaking, unless when there are issues around core technical issues that they might say, okay, can somebody else from the inclusive agricultural cluster speak on that issue? But they do most of the engagement, most of the advocacy talk. And that's what really helped us because it shows that it breaks the ice, sometimes making us not to become, how do I put it, strangers. Then we had WhatsApp group, which also enabled is their communication. Now, the cluster, when you look at, next slide, when we look at the composition of our cluster, really played a big role in the successes that we're getting now. We had a mix of NGO, agricultural cluster, and some will call them quasi government agency. So we have representatives of the people with disability, we had women organizations, we had JDPC, and so we ensure that all of our cluster members had knowledge or working relationship within the agricultural sector. But apart from NASIMA, which is a women wing of UDUASIMA, they are the one driving the inclusion into the BMO process for the agro-women cluster, agro-women network members as a BMO. Dawn Commission played a critical role in how well we have achieved some of our engagement with state actors, because they are the development arm of Western Nigeria, and so they have agricultural decks, they have a lot of reach into government, and when they also help, when they go with us to on those visits, doors are also opened. You know, we have a youth wiper. We have us as Labdo, the anchor. Now, suggestion on what to avoid. This is not part of what I just wanted to share experience on some of those things. Over-reliance on relationship was one of the key, I would say, mistakes that we made in one of the states that we were intervening, and because we had a relationship with a commissioner, and we were making, calls, and he felt that we were not carrying along enough. On the day that we were supposed to have an activity, he canceled it and said he was not properly briefed. And so we had to start another level of advocacy. Okay, so procrastination is also something that may affect your advocacy gain. I remember that before the passage of after the passage of the budget by all the states, there was a meeting that was called in Abuja on the National Chart of Accounts. It was a National Chart of Accounts meeting. At that meeting, there was a directive that all states should go back and review the nomenclature around their budget. At this level, we were not going to be part of that process, so we weren't aware. And the directive was that the head that was in that budget must be related to vulnerable, inclusion, and diversity. And so, because agro-women was seen as something that has to do with gender, they revamped the name. Those ones that later we got to know about it, those ones that we can quickly checkmate for them to revert back, we were able to do it. But for others, it was impossible because it has been passed, the budget has already been passed, and the National Charter Account Directive was that they should align those names with something, and they changed it. So we are going to start another advocacy now. Though they passed the gender line, the gender budget, it was created, but the name of what we want in one of the states was not. So we are starting a new process to make sure that the name is reverted back to agro-women budget line. Thank you.
Okay, so can we have the one person again? Question, comments? Awesome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franklin, for your presentation. My name is Coco from Policy Alert. So, based on your presentation, I noticed that you are saying that your work is a follow-on from SES to what scale is helping you to expand from upscale from Ondo State to other 5 states of the Western State, making it 6. And in one of your slides, I did see that Oyo, Ekiti, and Ogun State have been able to have a dedicated agro-women budget line established for 2023 budget. But surprisingly, on those states, that's your own state, and Lagos State and Osun State are unable to do so. So I'm asking, is it possible for you to do a PEA to understand why you started this work in those states and now expand to other 5 states? And out of these states, 3 states have kind of started the idea of increasing the budget or having this line item, although it's one thing to budget, another issue of releases to ensure that it's actually help the women to improve the agricultural output. So what are those factors, or what lesson can you learn from these other 3 states? Could it be that the cluster members that you are working with could have been a factor, an influencing factor, or what's happened? So that for me, because I'm also running a project in 6 states, and I'm also having different results, sometimes it could be because of the persons that I was. What has hampered your own state, Ondo State, from doing this as well?
Okay. Do you want to take it one by one, or
Okay, there's still more questions.
any other? You want to fail my theory again? Aha. I knew it. It's okay.
Powerful presentation, Mr. Franklin. I liked how you were able to include I like how you were able to include PWDs and other stakeholders into your the programming, whatever. So my question to you is that you said something about clustering the budget clusters for, I think, Ekiti and Ondo. They agreed to that framework. So what are you doing about the other states that are yet to jump in on this opportunity in terms of the agricultural budgets? So what's takeout? How are you going to approach that within your cluster? And yeah, basically that. Thank you.
My customers are coming.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. As you concluded, you mentioned that in one of the states that they changed the name of the, what was it changed to? And does the name change affect what you're doing? And because you mentioned that you also want to advocate that that is reversed. The second thing is, are you also tracking the budget implementation, the release and the budget implementation in itself? Because budgeting alone might not be enough to bring about the desired change that you want to see. Thank you.
Any other question, comments? Okay, we can start with what we have.
Mine is just a comment, really, to appreciate Labdo, because we also work in Ekiti State. And whenever we go to Ekiti, Labdo, is always on ground to provide support for the activities that we do in that state, since we are working on both states. So there's always this cross-fertilization of support, we've been enjoying from Labdo whenever we are in that particular state that they are working. So it's just to congratulate you on that.
Thank you very much. Quickly, I'll just start with the last point. So the National Chart of Account Directive was that the name must be specific and tied to a kind of activity. All right. So they were saying that it can't just be Agro Women Initiative as a budget line. So maybe Agro Women Initiative for Empowerment. And so what happened was that when we got that information, we quickly moved around. And for Ondo, it was changed to Agro Women for, I think, Empowerment in the 2023 budget. So you cannot just have that name. It must be tied to something. But for Oyo, it was still, for Ogun, it was a new budget line based on our agitation, our advocacy for vulnerable women. But that wasn't what we wanted, but the window was already closed at that time to make any meaningful impact. For Ekiti, Though the SSA, they don't have a commissioner, the SSA then was also minuted. We shared the letter for the correction to the Ministry of Budget, but that window has already closed again. So, but we're hoping that we can get all those right. The budget process is starting. In fact, they've already called us indicated that the budget process is starting. Let's see how we can start working on. The women called us. Then the tracking of the budget, because the budget, though has been passed, the challenge was that we had to do what we call a work planning development for the usage of the fund. Unfortunately, that has been delayed. So, because not to say releases, but what would they use the money for? So the women will come up with under the project will come with in a one-day meeting to look at what they will be doing with the money. But in Ondo State, the ADP has already earmarked some money because we can only take, for example, we can only take 30 women. They've also earmarked some money for 30 women, so making it 60 for it to be more, to reach a lot of women groups. So by the time we are ready to do it together, without that is delaying that now. In Oyo, also we've done the plan. Though the money is weak, it's small, it's small, but the idea is not even the money that comes in the first Ondo in 2018. The first allocation was 2 million. By the next year, it was 60 million. We drew back and allowed the women to engage. They were engaging. They were doing budget tracking. They were doing a lot of things. But because they were not assessing the money, it went back to 20 million. This year, it's 10 million. We are hoping that it will, as we engage furthermore, it will increase as we go. So that's so as the for value addition and all those they plant whether you give them money or not, but the product gets wasted if they are not, because they are not able to turn it into finished goods. Then there was something my brother raised about what are we doing for the other states? So, but for clarification, Ondo State's budget has always been there, yes. So we don't see that as a problem. But for the other states that we have not been able to capture, for example, Lagos, there were a lot of challenges with Lagos. Election, we were saying advocacy during election. It was tougher in Lagos to even see the stakeholder because the commissioner will be on the governor's entourage and all the rest. So we just started and changed strategy. And with our technical lead at our cluster coaching about 2 weeks ago, we changed strategy to ensure that Lagos is brought out to. Then for Osun, we already concluded everything. The change in government now is affecting us to go back to the drawing board though we've already made contact. So for Oyo is there. Ekiti is just to tweak the. So we already have 3 out of 3, and by God's grace, this year, we are sure that all will be completed in Jesus' name. So, okay, sorry, all will be completed. Then the PA, because with God all things are possible. PA to do a PA to understand the political economic analysis, yes, it's something that Scale is really ensuring that we all do. But we should understand that before we even got the project, there has been an political economic analysis that stated that across the Southwest state, policy of government in time of policy of the governor is what drives agriculture in the state. And agricultural allocation has always been with across the state, across all the Southwest states. We had that statistics as part of what we provided. And there's a weak understanding of the role of smallholder women farmers. They are not integrated into the decision-making process. So it's obvious. It's obvious that the political shows that there's a need to do this. And we hope that, like I said, the budget is critical because that shows inclusion. When they are captured in the budget, we are comfortable that they will be. So I don't know whether I answered your question, but in conclusion is that we will try and see that this FY2, most of those uncompleted achievement, unachieved milestone or acts, and the are achieved. So the good thing about that is that even the local government part that people advise us not to put, because local government is another problem, became something that is becoming more easy for us to, especially in Ondo State. The women, like somebody was saying, the women went with us to the deputy governor who is in charge. Unfortunately, the deputy governor gave us 2 p.m. They couldn't see the deputy governor until 6:30 in the evening. And some of these people came to Akure. One of them is going to Ilaje, Kitipupa. One of them is going to Akoko. The Akoko axis within this, in fact, is the worst area for banditry and kidnapping in Ondo State. So we had to look for a way for them to sleep in town, And these are women that are driving. Unfortunately, the deputy governor knows one of them. And because he's from the Ilaje axis, so he knows. Said, what are you doing here? He said, he spoke their language. And, the man is in charge of the local government. And, that gave us a leverage. Thank you.
Can the round of applause be louder? Okay. Thank you, Labdo, for that wonderful facilitation. The next thing we have on the agenda is the group work. So we've had a lot of presentations. Starting yesterday, we had the chief of party of the Scale project. We had the DCOP of the state-to-state project. And we had the executive director of the Sterling One Foundation speak to us yesterday. Today we've had 3 partners on the Scale project speak to us about civic engagements across health coverage and budgeting, across inclusive agriculture with some focus on women, smallholder farmers, and across education. So now we'll be going into groups. We'll have 5 groups on which we'll be having deeper conversations. Now, it's been a lot of sitting back and receiving information, but now we want everyone to be involved in the conversation. We want to see how we can harvest your thoughts around certain questions that have been identified and penned down around policy reform, innovation, and civic engagement. So we'll be taking numbers 1 to 5. We want 5 groups. So when I start with you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When it gets to 5, the next person continues with 1. And then when we are done taking our numbers, we would apportion the tables to which we'll sit on and have the questions sent to us, and then we can start the group conversation. It's going to take 1 hour. After that, we'll have lunch. And after lunch, we'll come back for presentations from each group. So bear in mind that you're going to need a secretary who is going to take notes of everything, the key points of what you've discussed in your group, or the responses to the questions that will be shared with you. Then you would also decide as a group who would be representing you or who would be presenting when it's time for presentations. The 5 groups we would have would cut across these areas. We have health, education, fiscal space, which covers here. So when we take the numbers, then we'll find out what thematic area we are speaking on. Okay, so we'll start with the young lady 1. Okay. Okay. Next table. 4. Okay. 4, 5. Okay. Last table. No. 2. All right. Okay, next table, 5. Okay, you, 2, 2, okay. The 4, 3, 5, okay, 2. All right, so all the ones, can we please move to this table? If you're 1, please, can we move to this table? All the 2s, okay, all the 2s, can we move to the 3rd table? The 1s here, the 2s there, all the 3s, can we move? Okay, that's fine. Can we have the 4 come to this table? Can we have 3 on the 3rd table? The 3rd table, middle row, 3rd table. The 4, first table, middle row. Okay. The 5, group 5, 3rd row, or is that, yeah, 3rd row, 2nd table. Please, can we move according to our numbers? If you're 1, you're on this table. This first one. If you're 2, you're on the 3rd table over there. If you're 3, you're on the 3rd table, middle row. If you're 4, you're on the first table, middle row. If you're 5, you're on the 2nd table, 3rd row. 2nd row, rather. So group 1, you are discussing health. Group 2, you are discussing education. Group 3, you are discussing fiscal space. Group 4, you are discussing civic space. And group 5, you are discussing CITIP, CEFM, SGBV. And please, if you're interested in all the pictures, believe me, the pictures have been beautiful. I think during lunch, we are going to play a video of some of the pictures. They've been really amazing. Please, a round of applause. And it's been an amazing job. A bigger round of applause, please, for the crew and the team. Can't we clap for them, please? I mean, thank you. So if you want the pictures, just scan the barcodes. The pictures for day 1, the pictures for day 2. It will take you to the folder, and then you can pick the pictures that you are featured in and download them for your own use. Okay, to facilitate these sessions, please, can we have the following persons go to the following groups? For group 5, can we have Susan Agada join group 5, please? Group 5 is on CITIP, CEFM, SGBV. For group 4, can we have Abdusalam Badamasi join group 4, please? Group 4 is on civic space. It's behind. For group 3, fiscal space. Can we have Ilya join group 3, please? For group 2, education. Can we have Thank God Okosun join group 2, please? And for group 1, health. Can we have Teresa Ojo join group 1, please? Teresa Ojo for group 1. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, Group 5. For the moderators, Group 1 is over here. Group 2 is over there. Group 3, Group 4, and Group 5. Do we have the questions yet? Okay, in a second. This thing I sent to them. Okay, so slight change. We'll be projecting the questions. The questions are applicable to all groups. It's just that when you're responding, focus on the thematic area that your group is discussing on. And for group, I think that's supposed to be group 5. No, for group 1, Tangod was supposed to join them, but Maxwell will be standing in for him for group 1. So we'll be projecting the questions shortly. Once you see the questions, you can commence your group conversation. So the questions are being projected right now. Please, like we said, relate the questions to whatever thematic area you've been assigned to as a group. If you are not sure of the thematic area, please indicate. CTIP, SGBVC, FM. If you are not sure of your thematic area, please indicate. Okay, so please, let's start. We have 1 hour to have this conversation, and the secretaries, please nominate your secretary. Take notes of the responses to each question, because you're going to be presenting on behalf of the group. I don't mean the secretary, I mean whomever is nominated as mutually agreed by the group would present on behalf of the group after lunch. You have a laptop on the group. That's the thing. So do your part.
That barcode is reading same day, 2 day too, so you send pictures like in day one and in day two.
Oh, really? Okay. Since from their experience, we are talking about LGBTC. What are the factors
that shape in that area? What's that?
Okay, so we are doing a bit of a digital thing here. So instead of flip charts, if it's possible for your group, I think we all have, or a good number of us have our laptops, just type in the responses. It will be easier to project when we are presenting rather than having flip charts. So if there's a laptop on your table, the secretary can use that to type.
wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building them castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I want to be the one with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building big castles. Just the two of us. Let's get it together, baby. Just the two of us. Just the two of us.
For the group secretaries, please, after lunch, when you're done with your lunch, send your presentations to Nena with me in copy. If you don't have our email, let me know. I'll give them to you. Is it okay to resume? Hello? Hello? Are we too full? Was the food too much? So next time we'll reduce it. Okay, so maybe for another event we'll probably not invite you because you said there's no next time. No, for another event we'll probably not invite you because there's no next time for this. Okay. Noted. Noted. Is it okay to resume, please? Yes, we want to see if we can close early today. We only have the presentations. If we can just run through the presentations from our conversations, then we would have a wrap-up session by India, the advocacy advisor, and we'll be done from there. So again, calling on the secretaries for each group. If you are yet to share your presentation with Unena, please indicate. If you are yet to share your presentation, have we all sent in our presentations? Secretaries of each group, groups 1 to 5, have we all sent in our presentations? Okay, so starting from group 1. Group 2. Group 3. Group 4. Who was your secretary? Mr. Simon, are you in the hall? Stepped out. Group 5. Group 5. Who is presenting? So I think we'll start from the back. Please, group 4, call your secretary. Remember we said yesterday, know your table members or people sitting close to you. So we're activating that now. Please call your group members because we want to start presentations. If they are not around, then any other available person would have to present. But just send in the presentation so you have something to speak to. So group 5, who is presenting for you? Nana. Oh, they're 1 and 5.
The secretary was supposed to forward it to you, the email,
Okay.
but it's like it's indisposed.
Okay.
So can I have the email?
Yes, that's fine. Just send to this. Okay, group 5.
everyone. Yeah. Yes, it is. Okay, so I'll be representing Group 5. Our group was tasked with looking at citizen engagement in regards to countering trafficking in persons, sexual and gender-based violence, and child forced marriage. Our group was quite interesting because we had the very knowledgeable Mrs. Olapeju Ibekwe, and that was really helpful. It helped to spice things up. So very quickly, key factors that shape citizen engagement with respect to countering trafficking in persons. We came up with quite a bit. So first we had socio-economic, and with respect to this, we looked at the role that poverty plays in citizen engagement in countering trafficking in persons. So when there's poverty, it's easy to lure young people away, and generally people. So situations where young ladies are told, okay, come, would give you a better life, would give you a job. The young men as well looking for greener pastures. So it becomes really easy, for them to be trafficked. Situations where, same thing, young ladies are people who their parents cannot afford to pay for their education, are promised, okay, come to town, come with us, we are going to pay for your education, and so on and so forth. So they are trafficked. So poverty is a factor. Then we also had illiteracy. So where they are not educated, it's an easy factor. It's something that contributes to countering citizen engagement, which related to countering trafficking in person. Then we also had geographical location. So from our team, some people gave examples of areas in the north where they have there was an example he gave, bus stop to Europe and so on. So these people are deceived in the Jackpot wave, and they attempt to leave the country, and so many things happen. Some even lose their lives in the process. We also had we also had peer pressure, where these people, in a bid to compete with their mates, are trafficked. They are sold to the highest bidder, and so on. Then key factors that shape citizen engagement with respect to sexual and gender-based violence. So don't forget that we had 3 arms. We had countering trafficking in persons, sexual and gender-based violence, and child forced marriage. So we have stigma, the very popular one. If I talk, who's going to believe me? And also, if I talk, how will people look at me? So that shapes it. We have cultural norms, the very popular female genital mutilation. We have culture of silence. We had victim blaming, poverty again. So we had issues that cut across the 3 areas that we were tasked with talking about. We also have workplace harassment. So that's very common. Instances where ladies who are hardworking at the bottom of their career chain and are ripe for promotion, but are not giving promotion because their bosses are attempting to have carnal knowledge of them. Then we have key factors that shape citizen engagement with respect to child forced marriage. Again, we have poverty. We have religious and cultural belief and illiteracy. So in my group, I was giving the example of an organization that works in Lagos, Chess in Slums. And last year or early this year, I couldn't remember clearly, they had there's a project they want to work on, which they brought to limelight in Bayelsa State, if I'm not mistaken, where people can give parents money, you loan them money, and they give you their child in exchange. And when they went to those communities, it was so deep that some of the women had been married through that culture, and they had given birth to children, and they had also married their children in that same culture. So it's quite a lot. Please, next slide. Next, the second question, strategies deployed to promote citizen engagement and lessons learned. The first one, we have community engagement, which is talking to key stakeholders to look at how you can drive deep root changes in a community. So the lessons learned are that without community engagement, it will be difficult to get the buy-in of the stakeholders in the community. And that's quite principal. You cannot come into a household without informing the head of the home. And so where you attempt to have community engagement without informing the key stakeholders in the community, there are lots of factors that come in. Ego comes into play. Processes, can be delayed because their buy-in is not gotten, and they feel left out of the process. So we realize in our group that in deploying community engagement to promote citizen engagement, it will help to get the buy-in of the stakeholders in the community. We also have community sensitization. So the lesson learned from that is that by using community sensitization, you bring about behavioral change and awareness in the community. A key example is if you go to a community to educate them on the risk factor, the health risk factor of open defecation. So by talking to them about it, educating them about it, which is community sensitization, now they are aware. So you've left the community, and adults can see a child openly defecating, and no, that's not good. Move over to this place or move over to that place. So gradually, behavioral change can be achieved through community sensitization. Third thing we came up with is train-the-trainer model. And the lesson learned from that is when community members are trained, it becomes easier to step down the knowledge. So we've seen a lot of organizations do it. In fact, when I was in school, we partnered with Global Rights on a project. And what they were simply doing was they identified key stakeholders within my community. We worked in partnership with them to train people within the community. So they identified key stakeholders in the community, district head, community rulers, head of vigilante groups, to educate them on certain practices with regards to sexual and gender-based violence. And the idea was that they would go back and they would educate their group members. The first strategy we identified is poverty alleviation programs. So remember that when we're talking about the key factors I mentioned earlier, a factor that cuts across all of them is poverty. And so what can we do? What strategies can we employ to promote citizen engagement? We came up with skills empowerment, scholarship scheme, grants and trainings for small business owners. The lesson learned from that is that when people are empowered, they are less likely to fall prey to countering trafficking in persons, CFM, SGBV. If they have their money, mothers will not sell their children. If young people have means of livelihood, they would not be looking for a better livelihood out there. Please, next slide. Okay, what are the dilemma and challenges linked to citizens' engagement? We came up with language barrier, very relatable. So if I only know how to speak English and I want to engage a community that is solely speaks Hausa language, it will be difficult for me to engage them. We also came up with quite a number of government policies, change of leadership, lack of legal framework. So speaking to lack of legal framework, here earlier we had a lady who spoke about how we can advocate for the rights of the LGBTQ community. And I remember one of the key things the anchor for that session mentioned is that we don't even have a legal framework for it. So while we recognize, you could say sympathize with them, we cannot advocate for it because there's no legal framework. So we can't even have any form of engagement in that regard. We also have lack of political will in the implementation of existing laws. And in this regard, we are specifically looking at bureaucracy. So many of us here shared examples of going to government agencies to meet with their their heads of organizations and having to wait there for a long time. Even today, the organization that presented on the cluster for agriculture mentioned an example of going to a government agency by 2:30 and waiting till 6. So these are examples of these things. Then domestication of laws. So for example, you want to engage citizens on something relating to child's rights and you are in a community where Child Rights Act has not been domesticated. That can pose a challenge to your engagement. Lack of training of law enforcement officers and lack of youth-friendly health services. And that will be the end. I'll still have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a good use of time. Other groups, take notes. Any questions, any comments? Oh, she did a fantastic job. Please, another round of applause for group 5. Group 4. Group 4. There's no way you can be ready. Your presentation is ready. Group 4. Who is presenting for group 4? Okay. That's fine. No, she doesn't have to go.
The slide.
Slides, group 4, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patricia Pam. I'm representing Group 4. And what is citizen engagement? We looked at it, the two-way interaction between citizens and government or the private sector. Second slide, please. Next slide. Now we look at factors that shape citizens' engagement. We looked at the private sector. Issue of either trust or mistrust can be a factor that will affect citizen engagement with the private sector. We equally look at lack of understanding of the importance of inclusivity. It can be a factor that will deter private engagement with the citizen. Maybe a particular section of the community or citizens will feel that your policy does not benefit them. And then number 2, customer rights, and then protection. Once a particular section of the community or the society feels maybe your product does not protect their rights or does not protect maybe their health, it will be difficult for the private sector to have a smooth engagement with that segment of the society. And then corporate social responsibility. It may affect your engagement, the community with the private sector. If they feel you are not the purpose for your CSR is not beneficial to them, it can hinder your engagement with them. And then lack of understanding of shared values. Like, for example, in our discussion, we talked about like the Niger Delta. One of us gave an example. For the people of the Niger Delta that had issues of environmental degradation, to them, they don't feel they have a shared value with the oil companies because you have left them, without livelihoods. You have affected their health. So what kind of shared value do you think? So mostly you see agitation, you see protests, you see them threatening to shut down oil wells. Why? Because they feel it's all about profit you're looking at. But you don't bother about what benefit them. What happens to their health? What happens to their livelihood? What happens to the youth in that community? So that lack of understanding of mutual trust will definitely hinder, smooth engagement with the citizens and the private sector. Okay, enable environment and then platforms. As I earlier mentioned, how friendly are your policies in that environment? You are drilling the oils, but environmental cleanup, how serious are you? How serious about you, making sure that you give them compensation? how serious are you to ensure that the operations of your organization does not impact on the environment negatively that will affect their livelihood, their health outcome, and other things. Next slide, please. Strategies developed to promote citizens' engagement. Now we look at, okay, community partnership is another strategy that you can utilize the town hall to engage the people so that you can have a better understanding of whatever engagement you are doing in that environment. Both parties need to understand each other. And then dialogue. Dialogue is another strategy, so that at the end of the day, you can mitigate conflict between the private sector and then the community too. Media engagement. We all agree that whatever you do, you need to be visible. So even if you are engaging the community, don't do it in a closed way. At least let people know that you have their interests at heart. Even beyond the environment you are engaging, let there be media, visibility. It will equally help. And then we equally talk about environmental. How friendly are your workings in that environment? In your workings, how social inclusion, are your workings is equally good. You should equally take it into cognizance. And then governance. Governance is broad because it talks about legislation. It talks about the laws, that gives you that legitimacy to work in that environment. So you must work with all those policies on ground to ensure that you have a legal backing in whatever you are doing. Next slide, please. Okay, lessons learned from deploying the strategies. We say by implementing environment, social, and governance strategy, it helps in reducing environmental hazards and also promotes social inclusion. It also promotes transparency and accountability. To the second point, advocacy helps in mainstreaming citizen participation in decision making. That means, with advocacy platforms, you are able to understand what are the issues and what is your responsibility to ensure that you meet up, with that advocacy issue. Media engagement improves awareness creation and amplification of social issues. Dialogue helps in mitigating conflicts. I think this is the last slide. Okay, challenges. One of the challenges that may mitigate citizen engagement with the private sector or any sector is limited understanding on the issues. When you don't understand the issues, how do you bring solutions to it? So political will. We know that all of us operate in a political environment. If the government of the day feel as if maybe your work is not friendly to them, or maybe it's even empowering the community to see that government is not doing what they are supposed to do, you discover that it may be a challenge. And then stakeholder interests. We know that we equally give example on in the Niger Delta. You will see different groups coming up with agitation. After meeting with this group, after meeting their needs, you see another group come up. So stakeholders' interests, you may have different stakeholders. Those ones may be a challenge in your engagement with the citizens because you have different stakeholders coming up with different demands. You see, and they will say they are the youths, this and they will say they are women. This, okay, why can't you just put them together? So engaging with different interests is equally challenging. And then power imbalance. it can equally be a challenge engaging in those sectors too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for that fantastic presentation.
Any question?
Any question?
We're set. Our group is set.
Questions, comments? They're ready for you. Any? Okay, a round of applause, please, for Group 4. Group 3. Who is presenting for Group 3? Group 2, get ready. Please, 5 minutes. Each group has 5 minutes to present, please. Thank you.
That high?
Yes, 5.
Fiscal space, money. Yes. Looking at the background, we have revenue generation, we have allocation, expenditure, and tracking. Next slide, please. From your experience, what are the key factors that shape citizens' engagement? Here we talk about access to information. We all know how important access to information is, and that is why we are even advocating for the domestication of the FOI bill in various states, having been domesticated at the national level. We have interest and willingness to engage. These include both the citizens and even the state actors. Here we have instruments, laws and regulation, that is the legal framework now that determine how people really engage, and enabling environment that also create that space for that engagement. Here we have capacity to demand and, capacity to demand and engage. The kind of people that we're dealing with, do they have that capacity? Do they have that training to really engage in the fiscal space? We have the literacy level of the individuals that are doing this engagement. How literate are they, and how the level of their knowledge now shape and fine-tune the kind of engagement that they are carrying out. So here, what are the strategies you have deployed to promote citizens' engagement, and what were the lessons learned from it? We have a town hall meeting, which is also a good avenue for general engagement of both state and non-state actors. We have focus group discussion, where issues are discussed to identify what the problem is and the way forward. We have community scorecard being developed to project some of the challenges, some of the highlights, among others. We have key informant interview, interact with individual on a personal level. We have media engagement. The media are the ones that carry the society along. So here, I think it's very important, because when you have media engagement, you realize that many people are getting sensitized through the media, most especially the local media. Sometimes we go for maybe radio jingles in local dialect, where people will be highly sensitized in their dialect. We have community priority settings. Here, I do give example of Kaduna State, where we have the community development champion, where they aggregate their needs from their words to the local government, where it will be aggregated and sent to the budget commission. So it is very important also engaging setting out community priority. Next slide, please. Lesson learned. We realize that with the right approach, citizens are always willing to participate. As you can see from an enabling environment, a law that we allowed citizens to strive, you realize that people are willing, but is the environment also giving them the needed support so that they can engage the government? We have accountability mechanism help in aggregating and pushing for demand in implementation. You can see in most cases, you find out that even these demands are gotten from the community to engage the government. Who are those people now that we engage the government? The common man in the street have no business. He felt maybe threatened by the government. Then how will you expect him to directly engage the government? But here, when we have accountability mechanisms, like in the case of Kaduna, as I've always said, we have like CADMAM, the maternal accountability mechanism, we have that of the local government. You find out that when these demands are gotten from the citizens, this accountability mechanism now, they'll push forward, they'll engage the government directly and also engage the citizens. It's a two-way thing. You engage the government and you give the citizens feedback. Next slide, please. What are the dilemma challenges linked to citizens' engagement? We have cultural values and belief. It's always a barrier to citizens' engagement. We have lack of sincerity of purpose by state. Here I also include non-state actors because the sincerity of purpose is directly linked to the commitment from state actors. So we have weak access to information on budget process. Most of the citizens don't really have access to this budget procedure. We have technicality of the budget. You find out the budget document is bulky and it needs expertise to analyze it. Maybe in 2019, we have an issue relating to the budget when we needed to analyze the entire budget of Kaduna State. Here, you need to go and find an architecture, you need to go and find this, you need to, so a common man or maybe a common citizen don't really have the technical expertise to digest this document. Lack of incentive to participate. Well, the citizens want to participate, but how tedious the work is lead to what? Them backing out at some point in time. But with incentives, I'm very sure people will be willing to go a long way in engaging the government. Security concern in relation to tracking, like in tracking government spending, budget procurement, and other procurement processes in some areas, we realize that there are security threats and people are not willing to risk their life just to uncover some truth. I think this is the last thing. Thank you very much. We are also ready for questions. We have our group members seated, so if you have any question.
One question.
One question, yes.
Okay, just one question, and I think it's something, an area I expected us to have expanded a little or unbundled. In the lessons learned, the group said, with the right approach, that citizens are willing to participate. So it is that right approach that we're looking or expecting to see or to hear. What are some of those right approaches that you think can spur citizens to participate? So that's what we talk about when we talk about lessons. So it's like you need to unbundle that particular statement.
Well, we have an enabling environment, legal framework. From my own side, I think maybe one of my members can add to that.
Does anybody want to help?
When you have a legal framework, I think people will be willing to, maybe like having protection from the government, among others. So who among my members is willing to contribute?
Group 3. Don't leave him hanging.
I'm not hanging. I've already given 2 reasons.
Okay, yes, apart from that, even the citizens themselves, the way CSOs, we engage them, it's not as if they don't know anything, but on this particular thing, budget processes, tracking, following the processes, it depends on how you approach them. And that is why we talk of having town hall meetings in their communities most of the times, instead of saying you just stay in city and ask them to come over for a meeting. But when you go to their places, it is better you gather them and you'll be able to get results.
He's raising eyebrow. Why?
Sorry,
Yes, it's
please
okay.
permit me to sit down. Yeah. I think, I don't know where that falls in, I'm sorry. But what I didn't hear coming out is the key messages. Because also that should be part of also approaches, how did you approach them? What are your key messages to engage? And we can't do away with that because that's actually, whatever the message you're giving to them means a lot. It's actually, they buy in or they reject you. Yeah, just I'm not.
Yes, so for something I was expecting also to hear is, because this has to do with money and it's a very touchy business, is the tone of the engagement. It's something that enables or actually detracts from the quality and the success of engagement. The tone. Are you combative or are you persuasive? So that's important.
Thank you. A round of applause for Group 3. They've done a fantastic job. You were not left hanging, not at all. Group 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. My group discussed education. I'll just go straight to the slide. On strengthening civic advocacy and local engagement. Oh, sorry. Oh, can I have the first slide? Sorry. Okay, the first question says, from experience, what are the factors that shape citizen engagement? Number one, we realize that functionality of the existing structures, such as the school-based management committee, SBMC, that comprise the host community of the school, old students, the PTA, and the students' union, can play a vital role here. Most of us are parents, and we know how powerful some PTA forums, some PTA meetings are in certain schools. So the host community of the school, where the school is, and old students, old boys, while discussing at the back there, one of our team members told us how influential old boys can be, even beyond the school. In our life after school, Old Boys Association and old students can be very, very influential too. Then we went further to also look at enabling environment for citizen engagement. The environment have to be conducive for the citizens to engage. The environment needs to be conducive for there to be fruitful and reasonable engagement. Political will on the side of the government, the process of involvement of citizens during decision making and sector plan routines, engagement with citizens during policy reforms. We discussed this and realized that most often the government of the day does not have the political will to make the right decisions. Most often their decisions could be influenced by their selfish interest. Someone mentioned to us while we were discussing about his state, how a sitting governor then came up with a policy that changed all the public school uniforms in the state to one single color. All the public schools in the state were made to wear the same uniform. And then everybody rose against the policy. Meanwhile, the policy was a very selfish one, because he had someone that just established a clothing factory, and he wanted to hand over the contract to them to produce school uniforms. So the policy was just created without due consultation. Citizens were not taken into consideration. The school sector, the appropriate sectors were not brought in, and policies were just made. I mean, the policy was just made, and it was not beneficial at the end of the day. The next governor came and changed that policy, and everyone became happy. Then we also looked at consultations and involvement of key stakeholders in the process of decision making. I think I went ahead of myself. I already talked about this point. Make consultations and involvement of key stakeholders in the process of decision making and implementation of education programs and activities. This has a link with the preceding point, but then this also went further to talk about policy implementation. Sometimes the policies are are not well implemented. Implementation is a very big challenge in our society. Then question 2, what strategies have you developed to promote citizens' engagement, and what were the lessons from deploying these strategies? Number 1, leveraging on sector planning teams or technical planning teams. These teams comprise of the civil society organization, the media. The media can be made to disseminate information in such a way that the media can disseminate information in such a way that policies that ordinarily wouldn't have been well understood will be received very well, because based on if appropriate communication is done and the citizenry understand what those policies are and what is in the policy for them, if the sector understand what are in the policy for them, it makes acceptance easy. Engagement with all students association to ensure sustainability of interventions. All students and the community, not just all students, even beyond all students, should be engaged with, so that policies taken, decisions taken can be sustainable. Because in most cases, the school alone may not be able, or the education sector alone may not be able to sustain policies and implementations. Having regular meetings and quarterly dialogue on discussions around progress made in the education sector. This particular point will ensure that all and sundry, everyone that is involved is carried along. When people are carried along, involvement becomes easy. But when people are not carried along, there are hitches. Next slide, please. Building trust among citizens and stakeholders. It is a common factor in our country that trust is very difficult to give to government of the day and policymakers because of past experiences. We have seen situations where our leaders or policymakers cannot be trusted. So if efforts are made to build trust among citizens and stakeholders, it will help. Building trust can be via accurate and detailed implementation. When money is allocated for a particular project or a mission, let the project be executed. Appropriate and proper execution will take care of the issue of trust. Citizens also have some level of influence in decision making and policy influencing in education. The citizens should be allowed they should be allowed to make decisions in policy making as it concerns education, because the education as it is not isolated from the citizens, because the citizens are part of that sector. Education sector is for the benefit of the citizens. The citizens go to those schools, their children go to those schools and all that. Organizing media parley with relevant stakeholders and citizens to discuss issues around education through a call-in radio programs. This will bring in a wide view from different members of the society, like a call-in radio program. People can call in, anyone can call in, the low, the middle class, the high, they can all call in, and that way there is participation. Building the capacity of media to report education issues, progress, and challenges. The media should be given capacity for appropriate reporting. Sharing relevant information with citizens on the progress in the education sector, on policy reviews, and how they can participate. They are related. Sharing of information. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Then lessons learned. There is inclusivity and ownership in working with government officials under sector planning team. There is financial and technical support from Old Students Union, not just Old Students Union, there are even PTA. We've seen situations where PTA put funds together to intervene in situations in the educational sector. Regular meetings and dialogue facilitates better collaboration and implementation of education policy and programs. The last slide, I think the next slide is the last. What are the dilemmas, challenges linked to citizens' engagement? Lack of accountability and transparency from the part of the government. Our government has not been transparent. We all know this very well. Delay in the releases of funds from the Ministry of Finance for educational projects after the budget has been approved by the government. Usually we hear billions of naira during budget announcements, but we don't see those funds released for the execution of those projects. Demand for honorarium and financial inducement by stakeholders and citizens, thus leading to abandonment of educational projects. This has, that point has brought about the frustration of many projects in our communities. A situation where an organization goes to implement a project in a community and the chiefs are coming for settlements. Some government officials are also asking for settlements. The youth will come and they call it matching ground and all that. They give it different names across. And when the organization cannot meet up, the organization can decide to abandon that project. They may even come to Abuja and tell them that the project has been implemented, and at the end of the day, the school is just left there. The project is not implemented, but it's on record that the project has been implemented. Is that all? I think, okay. Wrong perception by citizens that government projects money has been embezzled by politicians. As such, they deserve their share. This is the reason why most community members will always ask for their share, and then it leads to frustration of projects that are supposed to be implemented. Lack of relevant information and data to enable citizen engagement. Then finally, existing bureaucracy in releases and implementation of education projects. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause, please. Any reactions, comments? Okay, very briefly. I'm trying to see if we can leave at 4:30, and this is 4:17. So help me to help.
Okay. Just one question. Good evening, everyone. Okay, during your presentation, though, it's to your group members, all of you, not just you alone. I heard you say about citizens are not being carried along. They feel they are not being carried along by government. And in some climes, I don't know, I heard, what do you term to be carry along? Because we want clarity on that issue of carry along, because it means a lot of things. So which one particularly is your group referring to? Because the word carry along means a lot. So thank you.
Mine also is an observation relating to the style of engagement. You didn't really talk about ownership of this project at grassroots level by individuals. As you can see, we are all victims of this because the part of things that are rocking educational sector in Nigeria is abandonment. You'll find that structures is having issues. It's something that maybe 10,000, 1,000, 20,000 can do. And there are people in the community that can own up to this responsibility and get it fixed. But at the long of the day, it will be languishing. And before you know it, it becomes a dilapidated structure. Secondly, you were too nice while you were saying citizens were not carried along, what. Say it's corruption. Yes, right from award to implementation. I monitored some project in Kaduna State where you realize that a contractor will just go to a school, remove the ceiling, repaint it, turn it, and fix it back. So we should just be straight to the point. Corruption is one of those things that becomes a problem to the educational sector in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the last slide, you spoke about wrong perception of government officials embezzling funds. But I don't know if you were here when the executive director of Youth Hub Africa gave his presentation, and he specifically mentioned one state where the governor had collected money from UBE and it was not used for, education, to the point where they were fined and, they were, sidelined for 4 to 5 years. So is it really a wrong perception, owing to the fact that there are evidence showing these things actually happen?
And again, sorry, you mentioned about quality of the education being offered. I didn't see anything addressing that. Yeah, quality of education.
Can you please be audible? I hope my group members are listening. I hope you people are listening. I will answer your question. That one is obvious embezzlement. There is corruption. Like he said, you asked a question, but you even answered it. Oh, okay, we're sorry we're too nice. We're sorry, it's corruption. And it happens every day. It's the real thing. That one is not a wrong perception. It's the real thing.
All right, group members, you've been activated.
Answer the...
Yeah, the question centered around citizen participation or citizens' engagement in education sector. So that's why our attention goes straight to what we were asked. The issue of quality of education, if these stakeholders that we identified during answering some of these questions were duly involved, definitely the quality of education will be enhanced, because we itemize quarterly or regular meeting with the relevant stakeholders. And at that point, it's a dialogue that will create discussions around education as a whole. And if there are issues related to quality of education, quality of teachers, teaching aid facilities and what have you, definitely that particular opportunity provided for the citizens to be having this kind of dialogue and regular meetings, this issue will be definitely brought out and identified and proper solution. So that's, we didn't go detail to tell you that, but we provide the means of how citizens will be effectively engaged in the process of education sector and what have you.
Thank you. On behalf of Group 2, if you have any other questions, meet them. But thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Group 1, please clap for her. She did great. Thank you. Group 1.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, so I'm representing Group 1, and I'll answer the questions in relation to the health sector. So for the first question about citizens' engagement within education, okay, so within health, we looked at awareness. So first of all, citizens themselves don't even know the programs of government that exist, because first you need to know what exists before you know how you'll be able to engage. And that awareness also flows to the lack of awareness of CSOs, even though this is not a blanket statement, because there are some CSOs who work within this area who are limit even their ability to drive awareness for citizens to be able to demand to be involved. And then access to information is a problem. I was mentioning, so you find out that to access information, even with the FOI for organized civil society, is a problem, like ownership. Because when citizens feel that this represents their interest, they would even push to be involved. Then religious belief. So here there's an example cited there that which also flows from, what's his name? The man from please your name? Martins. From even his presentation, he mentioned that that's one of the examples that we use there, where some and so getting really involved. So if somebody believes, or if a group of people believe that they are involved, then sociocultural beliefs, this particular point differ from one geographical area to the other, and that also affects citizens' engagement within the health issues. Now, cost is another issue where we talk about funds that are needed for even the citizen engagement itself. You know, you need a lot of funds to drive these things, because engagement with government stakeholders is not a garbage in, garbage out thing. You have to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And a lot of times when the funds are lacking, you find out that you just, not because you want to stop, but you just don't have the financial means to keep going on. And then the lack of trust and interest in government system, where we talk about policy somersault or poor implementation of policies that even that are even existing. And you see that this lack of trust even cuts across most of all the presentations that have been made this evening. Now to the second question around strategies to promote citizen engagement and lessons learned from deploying them. So we have divided this session into two. So the first one is talking about the strategies. So we have key strategies, like first the stakeholder analysis, where you look at highly respected religious and opinion leaders within the sector, that's within the health sector. And then we also look at advocacy, where we conduct different advocacy engagement with different stakeholders, ranging from policy makers, influencers, and even other non-conventional, like somebody was mentioning, you have to know to do both the formal and informal kind of advocacy to get things going. And then around civic engagement. So we looked at state actors, that's engagement with state and non-state actors. Now also engagement with the media, different forms of media, both traditional and new media, and higher institutions of learning. And then we also look at strategies like research and development, as well as public awareness and mobilization. Next slide, please. So continuing on that, we also look at the use of trusted and influential individuals, just like researchers, health experts and all, because before you even be able to properly engage, that trust must first be there. That is why we see that building trust is a key strategy in fostering citizens' engagement around health. Also, consistent engagement. I'm sorry, I think...
This is a lesson.
Lessons, but... Anyways. Okay, because I didn't see the heading there, so I'm beginning to wonder, because it was divided into two. Okay, the right... All right, thank you. Okay, so here we're talking about lessons learned. I'm going to take it again so that I'll explain them in proper context. So the use of trusted and influential individuals. This is now from past experience. So when you go to certain climes and you're talking, and then you are not within that cultural background and all, they feel like this is an outsider just coming to tell us how bad we are. But then if you look at trusted people within the area who understand the issues, and then they come down to talk, that acceptability is there. So they're able to listen and see reason. And then talking about consistent engagement. So sometimes when you just do things and you move off, by the time you come back, the whole thing is forgotten, or you may even never really get to come back, or the gains you have made would have even been lost somehow. So if you engage consistently, we have learned that if you engage consistently, you're able to, make more progress. And then the use of relevant, local, trusted media. This is important because in every locality, whether you like it or not, there is a media outfit that they have a bias for. Aside from maybe the language, but they believe that this particular media house has our interest at heart. So if you get such media houses, to have a buy-in. They'll be able to amplify these issues, not just to the citizens to see the need to demand for space to engage, but also for government to see the need to have citizens on board. Next slide, please. So here about the challenges with citizens' engagement. So government bureaucracy, we cannot overflog this. We know how things go in the work that we do. So that has been a major challenge that every now and then we find ways to navigate them, but they're still there in our faces. Then political will is another thing, is another challenge. Then sociocultural beliefs and norms, which has to do with the way people believe. An example we cited, let me use another example, like the case of polio that we all knew. When polio vaccines were going to be taken, we can recall that a certain region said, no, they're going to be reducing our fertility level. So all those kinds of belief pose a lot of challenge in citizens' engagement around health issues. Because they have this belief, they don't even see the need to get involved at all. And that frustrates even the work of CSOs who are trying to get them on the table. Then the brown envelope syndrome of some media practitioners. I don't want to believe anybody does not understand this, so I just move on. And then illiteracy. Illiteracy, we all know. Even all the disease burden, when you look at the indices and all, you find out that they are usually higher in areas with low literacy levels. Then finally, poverty. So because people are every day looking to advance their livelihood, so a lot of times, even when you take some of this engagement down to their doorsteps, like having community engagement and all town halls, people are looking at the value of the time and what they will be able to achieve in their farms or their private businesses. Meanwhile, being in the room where these discussions are being made would help them, understand and demand a space for engagement. Thank you very much.
So we are not leaving at 4:30 and it's not my fault. I'm just putting out that disclaimer. Questions?
He didn't even let me finish before he raised this hand. Oh, yeah, now.
Yes, in short, I wanted to attack you right from the stage. I want to correct a general notion that said the North does really believe that the health has to do with what Allah said. It's a general notion, but I have to clear that. I've worked on the system strengthening, on community system strengthening on health for like 6 years. And the general notion is those people with those beliefs lacks awareness and their illiteracy level is poor. Because even in maybe, the popular religion there in the North is Islam. Islam also asks you to seek for health. So it is something for everyone. So but it should not be strictly linked to a region.
No, we said some. We did not generalize.
Well,
we said
fine.
some.
Yes,
so I needed to put that out.
So you need to,
we did not generalize. We said some.
I think we need to stop having that belief. We should start challenging that belief to the literacy level and the lack of awareness. Because you realize that when you want to create demand in some of the villages, it is there that you realize this particular thing has eaten deep. There are some people that they have the money to seek for health, but because of their poor attitude towards health-seeking behavior, you realize that they don't care. In short, in some of the areas, it's even the women now that make effort to seek for health. So we need to address this issue so that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. My own concern was that when you do your presentation, I couldn't get a grasp of what you're trying to deliver on within the health sector. I was expecting to hear you say poor healthcare delivery in rural as one of the challenges. I didn't see that mentioned. I didn't see data mentioned in your information out there, because oftentimes there are low data in communities as to the healthcare issues. And the things you mentioned about media and all that is okay, but I don't see those are the weightier issue. The major issue about the healthcare is the service delivery, and the data around that, the innovations that goes on in that sector. You know, you look about how e-health, you know, telemedicine. I was expecting to hear more of that, but I was hearing more of media, brand envelopes. You know, I just expected more of that information. Thank you.
Can I respond then and leave to you? Okay, so when you talk about data and all, so what is research and development? When you do a research, you have data within. I mentioned it, maybe you didn't hear that time. It's even a bullet point. So maybe they should take it back.
Okay, let me help him. Actually, what we are to work on is not general healthcare systems, but citizen engagement. How do you drive them to engage? Right. To solve the issue, not the state. Yeah. How do you bring in citizens to the table? Right.
You know, when you made a certain comment in the presentation, I think 2 presentations before our own, I was beginning to wonder. I was even asking, I'm sorry, sir, the gentleman behind that, do we need to go to those tiny details when we're talking about citizens' engagement in these various sectors? But I guess.
Please, I need a louder round of applause for everyone. Yes, you can, please. I'm really sorry. We've taken as much as we can. I'm really sorry, ma. It's been very engaging, and I really appreciate you all for being an active part of this session. So again, a round of applause for us. So we've done well. To wrap this up, I'll be handing over to Ilya. Ilya would facilitate the last session. It's going to be as quick as possible because we all want to leave. So over to Ilya.
Please, can you appreciate Abigail? She deserves a very, very good applause. That's what scale can do. And I think Abigail will be a very good moderator of events beyond even the civil society space. She has done it very, very well. Thank you very much, Abigail, for the good work. And so that I don't take so much of our time, I think from yesterday, the presentations we've had have helped to stimulate thinking and discussions around all that we've been able to push out, throughout the 2 days. I personally didn't think that it was going to be this robust, but I'm happy that the conversations that have come up are really, really good, and we have taken value in most of the conversation that have been able to do. From the first presentation yesterday and our sister Peju from Sterling One Foundation, and they have all been very, very good. We have looked at how to overcome fragmentation so that we are able to mobilize citizens and also do our advocacy in a way that it is well accepted. And since we are working around policy advocacy, it's also good to galvanize support from each other and be able to walk through that. So done some sort of reflection and to get some detailed next steps or actions. But I'll still do a few things and throw some thoughts around the table that we are seated. I mean, yesterday while we were having some conversation, I heard some people commended the forum and were looking out for sustainability, how we can do this quite often, if we can replicate that. If you can see what we have more of the civil society actors amongst us, but we also were strategic. We also have some key players from the private sector. They are very strategic. I don't know how, but we are able to really, really bring out this set of persons from the private sector. you had the conversation during the panel discussions, and we have already set the stage. While Lydia was making her opening remarks yesterday, she also talked about beyond scale, how do we begin to sustain what we have started? It would be nice to see such initiatives, go beyond what we have started. So I know a few of us have talked. I just want to hear from us. What do we think? Price for us, I think it's something that have come, and we are looking forward to hopefully next year and then the years ahead. But what do we think, as a house? Do we need to sustain this kind of an approach? Do we need to expand beyond what we have done? Certainly, if we are doing something next year, it will be a little bit expanded. But what do we think? The MTN folks, I can't find them anymore, but I saw, okay, I saw Edward, I think yesterday was talking about more of the forums like this. So what do we think? It's an open stage. We want to hear next step. What do we do beyond what we have done now? Next year, other years ahead, what should be the focus? How do we sustain this? I know a few have talked. We've started those conversations. But it's good to get some sort of commitment and also hear the perspective. What do we think? Is this something worth doing further next year and subsequently? What do we think? Yes, I want responses, please. Okay, there is one hand right behind, stretching very well. There is a hand. There is also a second hand here. Okay, is there?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Price is something that can be priceless. And I like that you are raising this question about sustainability. Because given what we have seen from yesterday and now and today, I think that there is appetite. The appetite to sustain this initiative is there. The question is the how. And because over the years and going forward, scale is building capacity. We think that a demonstration of that capacity would also be the responsibility to sustain initiatives like this. So maybe CSOs, members of this forum, can step forward. Those who are probably interested, motivated enough, can step forward and, keep the conversation going before the next forum next year. You already hinted that another one would come up next year. So they keep that conversation going until, the scale full circle comes. Hopefully by then there would be a clear agenda on how to take it forward. I mean, there are anchor organizations, there are members of clusters, I believe that would have the capacity over the period to be able to say, look, price can indeed be priceless. We can take it forward beyond scale. It could very well be the forum biannual for CS and private sector to convene, and enrich conversations, have enriched conversations about how to work together. Yesterday was a tip of the iceberg, and there's a whole lot that we can learn from, both sides of the eye, private sector and civil society. So that's practically speaking. It could be a suggestion that those who are able and motivated could begin to step forward to keep the conversation going before the next forum and after the next forum. Hopefully by the time you're having the last formal forum, there is a framework in place for continuity. Who knows, it could become a prize center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay.
There was a second
hands here.
Okay, so initially why I didn't raise my hand, I just wanted someone to set the pace because so it's not just about let's do it. I know Scale have put up a lot of resources into this. So going forward, for me, I agree with what OK said, but to add flesh to it for the next one, we are looking forward to. I also urge that we invite the state actors to be part of it, having the civil society, having the private sector. Let the state actors also come. Let's also have a blend of all so that we understand ourselves better, just like when Peju was giving her presentation, said having understanding of how civil society work. Let's also hear from the horse's mouth how government operate, how they want to see both sides of the ice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving forward, I believe Scale has built the capacity of most civil society organizations. They have equally funded activities. Bringing the private sector into Scale project is critical. And based on what we had yesterday, Scale has cluster members of about 100 plus across Nigeria. So now, my plea will be for the private sector. In your interventions, can you identify these cluster organizations that have built capacities, that have network across the country, so that you can mainstream your activities using this cluster? It's good that engagement with Scale and private sector should go beyond just having a year or a regular meeting, but it should go to deepening engagement, and let's see the benefit of corporate social responsibility even in our communities using this Scale platform and the private sector. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again, or good evening. Yes, so for me, this is like a feedback. This is a very interesting program and very, very beneficial, and I've highlighted some points here why I think so. So the first is the mindset shifts. So yesterday, when Ola Peju Ibekwe was giving her presentation, she kept talking about not just being impact-oriented, but also being profit-oriented. And I remember asking a question, and she made a very good case that they are not mutually exclusive. They can, work together. And so that's something that ordinarily CSO may not really be looking at, but then this platform has really highlighted that. So it makes a very good case for mindset shift. The private sector has been able to let us know their priorities, what they are looking for, and their ethics. In other words, if you are willing to approach us, if you are coming to approach us, these are the things that you need to have. And one of them she mentioned is your ability to consistently give value. Another thing this platform has done is it has given social capital in an amiable environment. So we've been able to meet people from the private sector, which maybe ordinarily you would not meet in such a friendly environment, or even if you do meet them, it will be more business-oriented, and not so calm and friendly. So this program has been able to bring people from two different sectors, and they've been able to, create a relationship, and that's very commendable. So for the next program, I would like to see more people from the private sector in attendance. And then, yes, partnerships. So I'm hoping and I'm believing that from this project, there'll be more CSOs approaching the private sector for partnerships, and this is very important. So using myself as an example, my being here today, yesterday I mentioned that my organization is not even up to 1 year old, and I remember actually applying for Scale Project the first time and I didn't get in. But then we just partnering with one organization here today, and a recommendation from him, I got in here. So partnerships are really, really important, and that's one thing that I know this project is going to create. Thank you.
Thank you. When I got the email for price, I said, wow, this is something that should have come much earlier, but we thank God it actually came sooner than later. Even though I couldn't come from the first day, I saw the importance of it and I decided to sneak in, surreptitiously this afternoon. And the little I've heard is very impressive. While the lady who was doing the presentation on health was going on, I saw something about tertiary institutions, higher institutions of learning. And that is actually something we've been missing a lot in our advocacy work. If you go to the shelves of the libraries, departments in our tertiary institutions, you're going to see a whole lot of policy-related work gathering dust because that connection between the town and the gown is missing. Policy entrepreneurship is very low. So one of the things that this forum can do is to tap into that treasure trove of value and make that connection actually begin to work. In fact, in the course of our work as civil society activists and advocates, we sometimes gloss over the potential that that particular sector can bring to bear. And I was also very impressed when I heard that there were private sector players in the room with the kind of approach Scale Project has with BMOs and all that. It will be good for us to look in terms of going forward at having some kind of thematic, maybe sectoral or even regional pre-events before the next prize, so that we can use those fora to texture out the specific issues related to those sectors. So whether we are looking at the academia, for instance, or we're looking at the private sector, or we're even looking at a region like the Niger Delta, for instance. We used to have something like the Niger Delta Development Forum in the precursor program to Scale. So how about reenacting something like that that is thematic and is focused on some of the kinds of advocacy issues we are discussing here? Ditto for the Northeast and other regions that have peculiar, issues. So overall, I see a lot of value in what is happening here. And like my friend Oke said, it's actually priceless. And I look forward to some of the innovations going forward.
Yeah, just the feedback on the organization. So when we're having the group discussions, initially I was in health before I was asked to move to group 5. So in both groups, I kept hearing people say, oh, my organization is not doing anything related to this, why am I here? So it would be nice for the next one to group organizations beforehand on the areas you'd like them to have the discussions in for a richer conversation and more beneficial one. Thank you.
All right. Any more?
Good evening once again. I just want to briefly build on what has already been said by other speakers in the room. The next thing that practitioners should leave, this place with is, for instance, basic assignments with timelines. Do we have a situation whereby, for instance, in Plateau State, they just started a contributory, what you have as the health insurance scheme there. It's new. I know that at some point in time they started having conversations around that, but there is need to get people engaged. So, for instance, can we see a situation whereby people within the room can say, between now and a couple of months, what can you do from, based on the kind of conversations that has happened here, so that when we are going to meet at regional levels, we are comparing notes about what we've been able to do across individual states. When we then have that, we encourage each other and say, before the year comes up again, when we're meeting at that level, we're meeting to say, this is what we've been able to do at the regional levels, this is what we've been able to get a push forward from what we discussed at that level, and now we're meeting at the central levels to say, this is what we've been able to do, what can we do next? I think it will help as a basis for, having that conversation on what next to do after the now. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anyone you want me to give the mic to specifically?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I think we've gotten more. I want to hear. I'm going to call someone just for sake of commitment. I know Scale had advanced in terms of planning before we started having conversation with some of the private sectors. And I can, for free, tell you that Sterling One has been very, very pivotal in this arrangement. And even in terms of coordination of the private sectors that have been here, they are more like a nodal center for us to really leverage on the benefits of the private sector. And we have used them very, very well. But close to concluding, or we have already concluded on price, we started having conversation with Sterling One Foundation. And I just want to call Peju. Maybe she can also say from her own point, we can get, we have some sort of a commitment leading us forward so that she can set the ball rolling. I don't know if MTN will also want to buy into it, but more of, we can also think, because of the timing, we are able to just limit ourselves to a few private sector players. Are there other dedicated private sector we want to? We can take this conversation forward and actually build on it. Maybe we'll just get that commitment first, and then we can have others that will want to commit. Please, Peju, you can come up.
Is it me? Hold, just hold.
So that you can hear, and then we can leverage more commitments, and we can see from here where we are going ahead next year.
Thank you very much, Ilya. Please, can you help me put your hands together for MTN Foundation and NGX? I think they got to know about this program like a week ago, thereabout. For Joseph, I think maybe 3 or 4 days ago. And they left all they are doing in that busy Lagos and came. Thank you very much. So, like I said, we are privileged. NGX has all the listed companies in Nigeria. So all the big names, all the blue chip companies, private sector in Nigeria, they are here, duly represented. Please, take the microphone and concur.
Very correct.
So the point is, yes, a commitment is being made. And my dear colleague is also committing. Please let us hear your voice to say I commit.
Yes, I confirm. I've had discussions and I've said one of the things we can do, a quick win, whilst we have further conversations with Scale and Palladium. One of the quick wins is that we hold a lot of programs, really, where the issuers are always there, either talking about their strategy or what they are doing. So what I've committed is that I'll get the contact of a Palladium person. So all of our programs now, we will send it to Palladium so that you can actually be in the mailing list. So you have your place in the room.
It doesn't get better than that. And then we have MTN Foundation. Joseph, please, let's hear your voice also. We know that MTN services all of us, including the corporates. So they also have the network.
Thank you, Peju, for setting me up.
You're welcome.
Okay. For me, this is my I was asking her before she went upstairs, like, is this an annual program? And she said they want to make it an annual program. I said, okay. The insight for me is that I see the fact that we can get value as private organizations. We can get value from the CSOs and the CBOs and all of them. We can get real value from them. But the point is, are we turning our eyes to see how we can get that value? And are they also reaching out to us well on a better platform on the value, the collaboration and partnership that we can have? My suggestion would be that would there be a platform where what the private organizations do, like my foundation, what we do, we're able to communicate what all they need to know when we're doing all these things that we're doing and what we need from them, so that we can get a platform where we get to hear back from them and say, this is how we can collaborate with you and this is how we can partner. That platform is very essential so that we communicate what we have and they can communicate back to us and we can tidy up areas of synergies, kind of. Then I see us doing a lot together.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Psychic Ilya, you have your commitment. Then on that platform, Joseph, let us discuss the possibility of co-creation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. What you will see by next year for prize, you will see more collaboration and more logos of persons that have put in, that commitment to be able to push together. Okay.
My apologies, and that's the power of partnerships. So my colleague there reminded me, before next year, we have the Africa Social Impact Summit coming up August 10 to 11, Eco Convention Center, Lagos. You can register on www.theimpactsummit.org. You will meet private sector. They will come in their numbers.
Put up acknowledging the good work of Scale and what we have been able to do in terms of making this arrangement. But not just from that angle. Even before that post, I have received communications from staff of state to state noting that their deputy chief of party is going to be in Abuja with Scale to do this. So there is a wider reach in terms of having to partner with other IPs and also looking at it in a direction that we really are working on. So, and price, and price is not limited to the clusters. It's just that it's a pilot we are trying to just get it tested and see how it goes. We are going to open it up to a wider civil society organizations because the interest is very wide and issues are wider than we are actually addressing here. So like the suggestions that have come, we'll still have conversations that we'll put together and then we'll still reach out to everyone. We have all our emails. We will push on that conversations. And having said that, I don't want to go beyond what I have. Abigail has tried to get our take home. We will still leverage some of it from the communications we got today and even that of yesterday. So on that note, I would like to call up stage the chief of party again for a closing. Okay, so I am watching. So it's the deputy chief of party that is coming to say the closing remarks. Thank you. Please let's welcome our deputy chief of party, Bosse, to come and say the closing remark. Thank you.
Okay. I've told the chief of party that she has to come too, so she will just say thank you too. My name is Bosse Aitopa, and I'm the deputy chief of party. I'm sorry I wasn't here yesterday. I was with our sister organization, the Integrated Health Project of USAID. We had to provide some support and be with them. They are preparing their work plan, and they had asked that we'll be there, so I was there for them. But the report I got about yesterday, I really missed, you know, telling me about all our sisters from Sterling One, is this NGX, and then even our chief of party. Those are powerful women that they made, you know, very strong presentations. And I am happy that we kept referring to those presentations today. I want to thank you all. The private sector, the CSOs, I think the collaboration is increasing. We're intensifying it, and we really look forward to more of this. I want to say that for MTN Foundation, they were at the OD Summit last year, and then they were also parts of a webinar we held with Oando, and we want to thank you. We want to continue to strengthen these collaborations. We want to thank all our clusters and participants at this event. Thank you for coming. You've been such very enthusiastic participants. I heard that our UTOP Africa, Rotimi has gone. They provided all the media support. Please, in absentia, can we just give them a round of applause? That's what it takes to be a partner. Thank you very much, UTOP Africa. My colleagues, they have worked tirelessly, you know, trying to put this together is a real collaboration within scale. All the components, they work with the component 2 that coordinated this. Also, our communications team, our M&E, the operations, all the teams in scale. Please, can you help me give them a round of applause? They have really worked very tirelessly. Thank you, Ilya. Laz is not here. He lost his uncle. He would have been here. But please, extend our greetings to Laz too. I want to call the COP, Chief of Party, to come and say thank you to you as we close this event too. Lydia, please come over. I say you must come here to close this event. Yeah. Since she did the formal closing, I'm going to stay here. So that's what we have on record. Yeah. Yes, I'm planning to say thank you. So thank you, John. In fact, it's one of my motivations for coming up here. And my brother from Sun Foundation. Did I get that name right? Sun Media Development Foundation. Thank you. He's one of the, you know, these people that are silent in the background, but are really providing you with a lot of resources. So I was privileged to sit on the table with him. So I just wanted to say thank you exclusively. I know Boss has mentioned all of the partners. I also want to say thank you to my sister Ife from CCCRN, all the way from Akwa Ibom. And thank you, everyone. If I do not call your name, we appreciate all of you for coming. And I think, in fact, just the motivation from this session, we're already thinking about. Somebody was talking about making this thing sectoral. I think it was you, Tija. Yes, we've already started to think about that because I think it was a good meeting. I really enjoyed it, and I hope it was as useful for all of you as it was for us on the skill team. We'll continue to create opportunities to disseminate our learnings, enable our partners to disseminate their own learnings, and also bring all of us together so that we can cross-learn and come up with strategies to ultimately make this country better, because Nigeria has to be better. I wish all of you luck. We're going into a new government. We wish all of us luck. We hope that it will be better. It cannot be anything but better, but we'll continue to hope and pray that it will be better. Thank you so much. Have a safe trip as you return. Have a nice weekend, and congratulations on your new government, even if you didn't vote, but congratulations. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry, please, just some housekeeping issues. For those of us that travel, please, our travel documents, please, we should please see DICO outside by the table. If you have not submitted your travel documents, please just submit to DICO outside. And if you have not written your name, for those of us that are also in Abuja, write your name. You are supposed to write on the attendance sheet and another sheet, or a payment sheet. So please, if you have not done that, just help us to do that as you go out. Thank you.